Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat.
Session is now open. Please rise for a minute of silent prayer. Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bahaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nakikinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng aming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga apit at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we defer the calling of the roll.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The calling of the roll is deferred. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I also move that we defer the approval of the journal in the previous meeting.
is there an objection? The chair hears none. Approval of the journal is also deferred.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with the reference of business and the request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measures on first reading as well as communications and resolutions. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General is requested to read bills on first reading.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 6414, converting the Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology into a state university to be known as the Philippine University of Sciences and Technology by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 6415, mandating the DepEd to introduce structural and institutional adjustments into the K-12 curriculum to achieve greater efficiency and success across all key stages of the program by Representative Marcoleta.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6416, providing for the protection of financial consumers by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 6417, institutionalizing deployment of teachers to the various by Representative Abunda.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6418, creating an extension office of the Marina in Lulay, Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 6419, institutionalizing the establishment of instructional gardening programs in all public and private elementary and secondary schools by Representative Estrella.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 6420, protecting and promoting public health through appropriate, transparent, and easily comprehensible labeling of all processed and semi-processed food products containing free sugars by Representative Estrella.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill number 6421, penalizing bulk cash smuggling by Representatives Yap, Eric, and Duterte.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill number 6422, establishing Upland Sustainable Agroforestry Development Program in Upland Agricultural Lands by Representative Plaza.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill number 6423, providing for the conversion of the Lingayen-Binmali Bay Walk Road in Lingayen and Binmali, Pangasinan into a national road by Representative Espino.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill number 6424, establishing a regular district office of the LTO in Calamba, Misamis Occidental by Representative T. Diego.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 6425, consolidating the loan allocation provided for agriculture, fisheries, and agrarian reform beneficiaries, and increasing the penalties on lending institutions for non-compliance and undercompliance by Representative Garin Sharon.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill number 6426, institutionalizing a national program for prevention of adolescent pregnancies by Representative Garin Sharon.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill number 6427, creating the Magna Carta of Barangay Nutrition Scholars by Representative Garin Sharon.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 6428, establishing Freshwater Aquaculture Center in Talacogon, Agusan del Sur by Representative Bascog.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill number 6429, establishing Cacao Research and Development Center in Prosperidad, Agusan del Sur by Representative Bascog.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
House Bill number 6431 and 6436, granting universal social pension to all senior citizens by Representatives Datol and Vargas.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill number 6432, converting Polomolok, South Cotabato into a component city to be known as the City of Polomolok by Representative Banyas Nograles.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 6433, creating a Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources by Representative Banyas Nograles.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, and to the Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill number 6434, converting the Cebu Technological University into a system by Representatives Calderon, Del Mar, Abellanosa, Gullas, Caminero, Garcia Pablo Jan, Salimbangon, Frasco, Uano Dizon, Radasa, and Lagon.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill number 6435, establishing the Science for People and Competitiveness Program by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill number 6437, providing security of tenure for barangay health workers by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 6438, allowing and regulating the use of motorcycles as PUVs by Representative Kabatbat.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 6439, upgrading and strengthening the Philippine Merchant Marine Academy to meet the strategic needs of the changing international and domestic maritime industry, in effect addressing the global economic and national defense situation by Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
Resolutions. House Resolution 748, urging the DILG to withdraw MC 2020-036, which implements the tricycle ban on National Highway, and for the House Committee on Transportation to conduct hearings for the review of the nationally imposed policies on the local transportation, especially tricycles. Representative Salceda.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 749, urging airline companies and travel agencies to allow passengers who book flights to countries with cases of COVID-19 to rebook or refund their scheduled flights for free. Representative Castelo.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Resolution 750, directing the appropriate committees to conduct an inquiry on the conduct and practice of the GSIS in buying out loans of its members from private lending institutions under the GSIS Financial Assistance Program, and deducting the loans from salaries, pensions, and retirement benefits of its members with the end view of enacting legislation to regulate the same. Representative Datol.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 751, calling for the DOTR to implement Section 11 of Executive Order Number 125. Representative Abellanosa.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 752, directing the Committee on Cooperatives Development to conduct an inquiry on the implementation of RA number 9520. Representative Kanama.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 753, urging the DENR and the DTI to ban the importation and use of induction furnaces in the Philippines due to their harmful effects on the environment and the risks they impose upon people. Representative Sevillano.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Resolution 754, urging the Bureau of Fire Protection in coordination with the SUCs and the CHED to ensure the fire safety compliance of buildings for public safety in accordance with RA number 9514. Representative Pimentel.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 755, commending Mr. Jose Acuesta Juan Jr. for his nationalism, dedication to public health service, and exemplary participation in repatriating distressed OFWs in Wuhan City, Hubei, China, the epicenter of COVID-19 outbreak. Representative Quaresma.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 756, directing the Committee on Public Accounts to conduct an investigation on the alleged $370 million in foreign currency brought into the Philippines by two suspected syndicates. Representative Barbers.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 757, calling for a special election in Benguet to fill in the vacancy for the lone congressional district caused by the untimely demise of Representative Nestor B. Fongwan Sr., Representative Salceda, Lagman, Pichay, Revilla, Defensor Michael, Legarda, Gonzales, Aurelio Dong, Pimentel, Abante, Villanueva, Brother Eddie, Hataman, Remulla, and Zamora Ronaldo.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Resolution 758, urging the SEC to require all Philippine Stock Exchange listed companies to reserve for women at least one independent director seat in their governing boards. Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Resolution 759, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of Honorable Leonora P. Tugudong, former representative of the Lone Legislative District of Basilan during the 9th Congress. Representative Cayetano Alan Peter, Romualdez Ferdinand Enabante.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 760, expressing the profound condolences of the House to the family of Honorable Edgar L. Mendoza, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of the Province of Batangas during the 11th Congress. Representative Cayetano Alan Peter, Romualdez Ferdinand Enabante.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communications. Letter dated January 27, 2020 of Nelson B. Bayani, Supervising Administrative Officer, Sangguniang Panlalawigan of Batangas, Province of Batangas, furnishing the House a copy of the passed enacted Sangguniang Panlalawigan Resolution Number 053 of the year 2020.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Committee reports. Report number 262 of the Committee on Youth and Sports Development on House Bill number 6456.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 263 of the Committee on Public Works and Highways on House Bill number 6467.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report numbers 264 and 265 of the Committees on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources and Appropriations on House Bill number 5027 and 4939.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report number 266 of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms on House Bill number 6470.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few
Session
minutes.
suspended.
Yeah.
Gulo po.
Session resumed. Majority.
Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll for the members of the House of Representatives.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abante. Abaya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Zaldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adjong. Advincula. Agabas. Agaraw. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Genaro. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Amatong. Daya. Angara. Aragones. Arbison. Arenas. Arroyo. Atienza. Mentado. Mabasa. Bagatsing. Balindong. Banyes Nograles. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Bandigan. Belmonte. Benitez. Bernos. Biason. Billones. Biron. Bolilla. Bondok. Bordado. Bravo. Rosas. Bulot. Bustos. Kabatbat. Kabochan. Cabredo. Cagas. Calderon. Calixto. Caminero. Campos. Kanama. Kawagdan. Kari. Castelo. Castro Franz. Castro Fredinil. Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero. Cayetano Mariela Arni. Celeste. Chato. Chipeco. Chungalao. Co Angelica. Co Elizaldi. Cuanco. Collantes. Crisólogo. Cua. Quaresma. Cueva. Culyamat. Dagook. Dalipe. Dalog. Datol. Daza. De Jesus. De Venecia. Defensor Lawrence. Defensor Michael. Del Mar. De Los Santos. Deloso Montalya. Demaporo Abdullah. Demaporo Muhammad Khalid. Duavit. Duhali. Duterte. D. Faustino Ino. D. Faustino Michael III. D. Ian Paul. Ebcas. Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Rice, Ergel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Frere Juliet, Frere Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuente Bella, Gaite, Garbid, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gastaya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Carlo, Goroseta, Gico, Gullas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Halushos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad Labat, Lakson, Lakson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lasatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Losotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangundadato, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Daganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan Fidel, Nolasco, Nunez Malañaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dison, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Chay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Teves Arnulfo, Teves Jose, Kianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Val Mayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Brother Eddie, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikorat, Zarate, Zubiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 227 members responded to the call.
Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker, may we recognize
before we even
Honorable
proceed,
Atienza?
this representation would like to manifest.
Excuse me, Majority Leader.
Madam
With
Speaker,
227 members responding to the call, 36 in Committee on Rules, 10 in Commission on Appointments, the chair declares a quorum.
Madam Speaker, I move that we
Madam
recognize.
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza of the
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Lito
Majority.
Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. It's very important that we be honest with the calling of the roll. This is not a light matter. It is not a discretionary matter. It's something that can be counted as far as the membership is concerned. So I'm calling the attention of the Secretariat once more. They declared a 227 warm bodies on the floor, responding to the call, as they said it. Our count is very simple. We only have 136 on the floor. So that's a big difference, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. Between 227 and 136, we have a big difference in between the counts of the Secretariat, who's very, very known for being generous in crediting attendance when they are not even around. So I'd like to state our position very clearly. Again, we are accusing the Secretariat of intercalating their own figures which are not reflective of the membership on the floor. Our count today is 136 and not 227. We have a difference of 91 And that is a big difference as far as mathematics is concerned. Unless I took up the wrong mathematics, they took up another kind of mathematics. Their mathematics is very simply multiplication. Mine is subtraction, addition, and multiplication. Madam Speaker, we would want a clarification on this from the Majority Leader. Why is there a difference between their count and our counters, who are also in the hall right now?
Noted, Honorable Atienza. Majority Leader, would you answer?
Madam Speaker, I allow the let me reiterate, Madam Speaker, that we have a rule in our rules that provides for those who are deemed present, those members of the House who are attending committees, and we would like to give a copy to the Honorable Atienza. The committees, the members, the list where the committees are having committee meetings right now, and the list of the members who are attending. And let me point out, Madam Speaker, that in the committee hearings, we have the Committee on Trade and Industry and Health. We have 18 members who are attending. In Public Works, we have 6. In the Committee on Defense, we have 8. In the Committee on the Veterans, we have 4. That totals to a number of 36. In the Commission on Appointments, we have 10 members. We have 8 members who are in official business, 2 in foreign and 6 in local. And I would be glad, Madam Speaker, to provide the Honorable Atienza the copies of the authorization provided by our majority, the Rules Committee, for their extension in the committee members. Thus, they are not physically present in the plenary right now.
Is that acceptable, Honorable Atienza?
May we get a total of what the Majority Leader is claiming to be technically present, but they are not physically around?
Madam Speaker, may I move for a suspension so that I can confer with the Honorable Atienza?
Session suspended.
Thank you.
Are you present, answer?
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, judging from the figures given to me by the Majority Leader, he claims that there are 36 attending committee hearings, the Commission on Appointments, 10 of them, and those on official trips abroad. So 8, so we have about 54. 54, Madam Speaker, is still very far from the declared quorum count by the Secretariat. They claim we have 227. We count 136 plus 54 is only 190. We have a quorum, but we do not have the number claimed by the Secretariat. That is what we are complaining about. And we will continue to be vigilant on this. The Secretariat has to be accurate. Otherwise, we will have to probably elevate this matter outside of these halls of Congress, because we cannot fool around with the rules of the House. We cannot fool around playing around with the integrity of this House. We cannot fool around believing what is obviously not true coming from the Secretariat. Thank you.
Noted, Honorable Atienza. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Mr. Honorable Lito Atienza. Madam Speaker, may we proceed with...
Madam Speaker, may I move that we recognize the guests of our dear colleague, Congressman Solomon Chungalao, and they are Provincial Governor Jerry Dalipog SP Member Orlando Adug, Mayors from the Heritage Towns of Ifugao, Honorable Armando Domilod, Honorable John Wesley Dulawan, Raldis Andre Bulayungan, Kasan Damulag, Jimmy Padchahan, and Honorable Gaspar Chigalan.
The guest of Honorable Chungalaw, please stand. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Madam Speaker, may we also move that we recognize the guest of Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, and they are the guests from the different divorce advocacy groups who will be attending the Committee on Population and Family Relations, Divorce Pilipinas Coalition.
The
Madam
guest
Speaker.
of Honorable Arlene Brosas, please stand up. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we also move that we recognize the guests of our Minority Floor Leader, Bienvenido Abante. They are Chairman Fernando Mercado, Chairman Jimmy Anselmo, Chairman Angelo Joseph Abanez, Chairwoman Aida Legaspi, Chairman Ricky Yonko, Chairwoman Emily Chavez, Chairwoman Grace Parel, Kagawad Warren Diaz, Kagawad Lito Rulyuda, Kagawad Cleo Revilla, Barangay Secretary Elizabeth Verona. Madam Speaker.
The guest of Minority Leader Bienvenido Abante, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move that we recognize the guests of Honorable Aloy Salim from the RAM Party List, RAM Leaders, Cavite Chapter, Holy Spirit Chapter, Taytay Chapter, Antipolo Chapter, Lucena Chapter, Caloocan Chapter, Valenzuela Chapter, Bantay Bayan District 6, Quezon City Chapter. Madam Speaker.
The guest of Honorable Aloysia Lim of Drum Party List, please stand. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we move that we resume consideration of House Bill 5832 under Committee Report 142. And for the purpose, may I ask the Secretary General be directed to read the title and the resolution.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill number 5832.
House Bill 5832, an act creating the Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment, defining its mandate, powers and functions, appropriating funds, therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairman, Congressman Marvin Marino.
Honorable Marvin Marino is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsa Lagman from the 1st District of Albay to continue his interpolation and be given 30 minutes to finish his interpolation on the said bill. So moved, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Edsel Lagman is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I continue with my interpellation on the reasons why Filipinos work overseas, let me start by taking up where the Honorable Little Chancellor left off in his interpellation yesterday. With the distinguished sponsor yield to this interpellation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker.
For the past half century, the Philippines has been exporting Filipino manpower abroad. From the time the late President Marcos instituted labor migration in the Labor Code of the Philippines, albeit on a supposedly stopgap basis. Will the distinguished sponsor confirm that?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And for that period of time, spanning almost half a century, the distinguished sponsor said that we have exported Filipino manpower in various countries and territories worldwide to the tune of 10,000 OFWs. Is that correct?
10 million, Madam Speaker.
10 million, 10 million. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
And per figures of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, in a report dated February 17, 2020, the personal remittances of OFWs had a record high of 33.5 billion US dollars in 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
And this is 3.9% higher than the 32.2 billion which was remitted in 2018. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
If we consider this number of OFWs deployed abroad and the record high US dollar remittances as milestones, these milestones were achieved under the auspices of the Department of Labor, the POA, and OWA, among others. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Has there been a performance audit of the Department of Labor, OWA, and POA with respect to their functions and discharge of their duties in relation to Filipino labor migration?
By Congress or
By any agency, by Congress, by the executive, by the private sector, whatever. Has there been a performance audit?
None that I know of, Madam Speaker, but they have their own programs and evaluation as for their own departments.
In other words, there has been no performance audit by these functioning agencies like the Department of Labor, POA, and OWA. Then, why are we replacing these agencies and creating a new department when there is no showing that these agencies failed in discharge of their powers and duties with respect to labor migration?
Madam Speaker, we're not actually replacing these agencies. They are to be subsumed by the new department. So they will still perform their duties, same duties, but only under one department so that the direction of the secretary will be straightforward to the different needs of our OFWs. And aside from that, this is the request of the millions of OFWs and their families, Madam Speaker.
Why create a new department? Why create a new bureaucracy when the present agencies like the Department of Labor and Employment, the POA, and the OWA, among others, are performing, considering that milestones had been achieved in our export of labor? Even if they are subsumed, they will be under a new department. Why do this? What is the rationale for this particular creation, except that we're just trying to fulfill the campaign promise of President Duterte that he's going to create a department for OFWs?
Madam Speaker, the promise of the President came from the requests of the OFWs. The OFWs wouldn't request any improvement in creating this department if they didn't have problems. So I'm assuming that OFWs and their families have been asking for this department since every agency that is in existence right now are totally different from as far as their programs are concerned. They want an agency, they want a department, in which case they will only approach one department so that all their problems will be addressed. Right now, if we have different agencies, then they have to approach different agencies for different problems. So this is mainly for the convenience of our OFWs requesting for assistance, for help, legal or financial. So that's the only purpose of this department, is for the programs to be consolidated in one department so that one secretary will be the one responsible for the needs of our OFWs.
In other words, the reason is we're going to create a department so that there will be a one-stop shop
That's
to be
correct.
patronized by OFWs. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
Well, if we, after establishing the department, is it the true that the POA will still be subsumed under that department?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
In other words, despite the creation of this department, the OFWs will still go to the POA. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct, but it's under one department.
Yes, but they are
there will be no
going
POA.
to the POA. Will these OFWs, despite the creation of the new department, will still go to OWA?
There will be, well, OWA is an attached agency.
Yes, it's an attached agency, and the OFWs will still go to OWA. Then, if they are now abroad, the OFWs will still go to the Polo. Is that correct?
The Polo will be subsumed by this department, Madam Speaker.
Yes, it is subsumed under the department, but it is still existing, and the OFWs still go to the Polo. So what is new? There's nothing new. The one-stop shop is a very flimsy reason. Now, according to the distinguished sponsor, the bill proposes a sunset provision. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker.
What is the understanding of distinguished sponsor of a sunset provision? Is it not that when the sunset provision is determined and has arrived, there will be an automatic dissolution of an agency? Because the sunset has arrived and the agency has to go. But is that the concept of the so-called sunset provision under this bill?
But under Section 25 of this bill, there is a 10-year period in which the Congressional Oversight Committee shall conduct a systematic evaluation of the accomplishments and impact of this act. So as far as the performance and organizational structure and all these implementing agencies. So the 10-year sunset provision is on Section 25, Madam Speaker.
My reading of Section 25B is not a provision of a sunset provision. It is a review which could even extend the life of the department. Let me read Section 25B. 10 years from the creation of this department, the Congressional Oversight Committee may choose to abolish the department should circumstances prove that there is no need for its existence. The relevance and practicality of maintaining the department shall be renewed every 5 years after the 10-year mandatory review. In other words, there is here a escape hatch wherein the department will continue, and after 10 years, there will be another review every 5 years. So the intention really is not to abolish or dismantle the department. This is only a ploy so that those opposing the creation of the department will be temporized in their opposition, because effectively this is not a sunset provision. And in the first place, why create an agency just to be abolished? You don't create an agency so that it will be dismantled. So there should be concrete basis for the creation of an agency so that it will not be established. Now, let me proceed. No, let me first ask. During the committee hearings in the 17th Congress and in the 18th Congress, was there a position paper submitted by the Department of Labor and Employment with respect to the creation of this department?
Yes, there was.
And what was the recommendation of the Department of Labor and Employment?
Madam Speaker, initially, the Department of Labor was suggesting a commission to be created. But since the President mentioned that during the SONA that he wanted to create the department, then the Department of Labor obviously changed their position and supported the creation of the department.
Is that statement of the distinguished sponsor anchored on the position paper of the Department of Labor? And if it is so, can we request that the particular recommendation be read for the record?
During the committee hearing, it was the Secretary of Labor who mentioned it himself.
No, I was asking whether that is stated in their position paper.
Yeah, we can get the position paper, Madam Speaker.
Beg your pardon? I beg your pardon, distinguished sponsor?
We can get we can read the position of the department.
Okay. And also the other position papers submitted to the committee either during the 17th Congress or the current Congress. While they are looking for these position papers, Madam Speaker, may I request that we suspend the interpellation so that it will not be deducted from my time.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I move for suspension for a few minutes?
Session suspended.
Ginagawa at the achieve milestones at the present situation. Like the flavor, the AO, white A, this is possible. But it promised that it promised actually, yung partner of labor, objected. Kahit yung OFW, bigyan. Mati sila. Maraming ayaw. Hindi na kailangan isa talagang dyan na eh. Kasi man nagpendil yung po, hindi mo. Kaya lang po. Anong?
Hanapin niyo muna.
Bawas natin ito time mo. Tatlo sa'yo. Kuwasa judicial body. Meron pa tayo dito para sa judicial body. Ito pa, are you in favor of the creation of departments? Yeah. Just very candidly. So you are not favoring its creation on the merits of creating a department. But because the president says so. that is the important of the statement. You got it. I would like to see the record. The best evidence is
So,
the record is hindi ko rin hanapin yung position paper.
Kasi sir, wala talagang parang position paper. He said it on record.
Pero I think it's parang Is that enough? Is that verified?
Yes, sir. Proceed with this. Position that I think ay nalahig na. Ay nalahig na. Pulis. Puro mo ta politician siya. Auto.
Manong, upon verification sa mga records natin, wala daw nakalagay sa position paper nila na nag-specify sila na they in favor or against it.
Do you have now a copy of that position paper?
Kinukuha pa po. Kinukuha yung...
Proceed muna ako.
Backwards. Hindi. Nandito na going na. Pero ang position daw kasi ni Secretary Bello, doon sa committee hearing, sinabi nila na i-connect pero yung position paper did not state at all na he supported the creation of the Exactly. Pinapakuha ko na po yung position paper po para maibigay po sa inyo. Apo.
Kasi marami pa tayong malapit mo. Marami pang position paper yan. At bigyan na
Ayun na po, pinapadala ko na po lahat. Apo, pinapababa ko na po lahat. Apo. So, continue tayo man.
Ano?
Continue. Kasi wala naman tayong ibang gagawin.
Wala na pang ibang ano?
Meron pa. Pero we're just waiting for this one.
Ano pang ibang ano?
Yung retail.
Retail? Sino meron mong retail?
Manolito. Manolito Kensa. Tapos ikaw din later. Gusto mo, then remaining natin 15 minutes na lang. Sige po. Thank you. Para mabigay sa iyo ang copy.
Parang lubar ka ito.
Yes. Opo. Thank you po. Thank you. Tapos ko na muna ito. Comment natin. Manong, I cannot.
Nagpa-transcript ko.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that the Honorable Ed Salagman is requesting for certain documents which we cannot provide immediately. We are reproducing the documents. Therefore, I move that we suspend consideration first of House Bill number 5832 to give way for the technical staff to produce our documents. So move, Madam
Is
Speaker.
there objection? The chair hears none. Deliberation for House Bill 5832 is suspended. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6134 under Committee Report number 210, and that I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read House Bill 6134.
House Bill number 6134, an act mandating banking institutions to strengthen the financing system for agricultural, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, to continue with the sponsorship of this bill, may I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Banks and Financial Intermediaries, the Honorable Judy Kua.
The Chairman of Banks and Financial Intermediaries, Representative Kua, is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we have finished the period of interpellation, and therefore I move that we open the period of amendments. So move, Madam Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period for personal amendments, individual amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, to give the individual amendments, may I move that we recognize the Honorable X.J. Romualdo.
Honorable X.J. Romualdo is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would like to propose the following amendments to House Bill 6134. First, on page 5, lines 14 to 19, we propose that the entire contents of Section 5 be deleted and be replaced with the following. Section 5, Rural Community Beneficiaries of the Development Financing System. The financing system mentioned in the preceding section shall be extended to farmers, fisherfolk, agrarian reform beneficiaries, settlers, agricultural lessees, amortizing owners, farm workers, fish workers, owner cultivators, compact farmers, tenant farmers, and members of their households, or to cooperatives, associations, MSMEs, or organizations in good standing of such beneficiaries located in rural communities, regardless of capitalization based on the feasibility of the project and their paying capacity, their estimated production, and/or securities they can provide, as well as such assets as may be acquired by them from the proceeds of the loan, investment, and grants.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we join the author and accept the amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, our next proposal is on page 6, lines 26 to 31. After the phrase "provided further," we propose to delete the provisions and replace with the following: that loans to finance activities that shall generally benefit agrarian reform beneficiaries, agrarian reform communities, or other priority sectors, as may be determined by the AFFCC, shall be counted at not more than 10 times their outstanding amount, as may be prescribed by the AFFCC for purposes of determining compliance with the mandatory agricultural and fisheries financing requirement.
What's the pleasure of the sponsor? Again, in behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I join the author and accept the amendment. So move, Mr. Speaker.
is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable
on page 6, line 40, we propose to delete the phrase "or at rates prescribed by the BSP Monetary Board."
The sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7, line 18, we propose for the addition of the following sentence: the AFFCC shall be organized not later than 1 year from the date of the effectivity of this act.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried. Honorable Romualdo.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7, line 27, we propose that the phrase "activities and" be deleted.
Sponsor?
On behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on page 7, line 28, we propose that the phrase "and activities" be inserted after the word "programs."
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee, I accept.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Still on page 7, Mr. Speaker, this time on line 43, we propose that the phrase "activities as well as" be deleted.
On behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Still on page 7, Mr. Speaker, line 44, we propose to insert the phrase "and activities" after the word "programs."
On behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on page 8, line 1, we propose that the phrase "for this purpose" be deleted and replaced with the following: "for purposes of ensuring the sufficiency of the special fund."
On behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority
We join.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Amendment is carried.
Still on page 8, Mr. Speaker, on line 2, after the word "fund," we propose to add the phrase "which shall be counted at not more than 5 times the amount of contribution as may be prescribed by the AFFCC for purposes of determining compliance with the mandatory agricultural and fisheries financing requirement."
On behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on page 8, line 9, we propose to insert the phrase "if any" after the word "act."
In behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on page 8, lines 27 to 30, we propose for the deletion of the entirety of the contents of Section 17 and replace it with the following: Section 17, duration of the effectivity of the credit quota and special fund for capacity building programs. The provisions related to the mandatory credit quota under Article 2 hereof shall cease to have effect 10 years from the effectivity of this Act. The management and administration of the special fund under Articles 3 and 4 hereof shall cease to have effect 10 years from the organization of the AFFCC. Any remaining balance of the special fund under the custody of the AFFCC shall be turned over to the National Treasury.
In behalf of the Committee on Banks, I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Standby lang. We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, on page 8, lines 31 to 33, we propose that the entirety, the provisions under section 18 be deleted entirely and replaced with the following. Section 18, implementing rules and regulations. The BSP shall promulgate such rules and regulations as may be necessary to implement Articles 1 and 2 of this Act within 90 days after the effectivity of this Act. The BSP shall organize a task force which shall promulgate such rules and regulations as may be necessary to implement Articles 3 and 4 of this Act within 90 days after the effectivity of this Act.
In behalf of the Committee on Banks, Mr. Speaker, I accept.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
That is all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and we thank the sponsor.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, the Honorable Kua is recognized.
before we end, I'd like to manifest for the records that the Honorable Deputy Speaker, El Rey Villafuerte, as well as the Honorable Joey Sarte Salceda, be made co-authors of this bill.
Majority Leader.
We join, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Minority Leader, Ben Benito Abante, also requesting to be a co-author of this bill.
And the presiding officer is also requesting to be co-author of the bill. The Secretary General will please note the manifestations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Lecturer Romualdo is also requesting for a recognition of this bill.
May I also manifest, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable XJ Romualdo be made co-author.
The manifestation is noted, and the Secretary General will please note. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6134 under Committee Report number 210. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of House Bill 6134 is suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jose Enrique Joet Garcia of the 2nd District, Bataan, to avail of question of privilege.
The Honorable Joet Garcia is recognized. What is the nature of the privilege?
This is regarding, Mr. Speaker, about my position on the value-added tax.
The gentleman has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to pitch once again on a cause my father, the late Congressman Tet Garcia, had resolutely waged and which I have now embraced as a continuing crusade. I refer, Mr. Speaker, to his staunch opposition of the loophole-laden value-added tax system and his determined push for a shift to a sales tax system, which I initially narrated in this August chamber last September 24. As a 5-term congressman spread over a period of 3 decades, commencing in 1987, Kong Tet never relented on this advocacy, picking up where he left off. Let me articulate on the following points. He highlighted 3 weaknesses of VAT, namely input tax deduction loophole, poor collection efficiency, high administrative cost, and compared it to the strengths of his proposed sales tax system, which, number 1, eliminates the input tax deduction loophole that continue to wreak havoc and negate efforts to improve collection efficiency. I still vividly recall my father repeatedly underscoring that under VAT, there is no limit to the input tax credits that sellers of goods and services can claim and deduct from the 12% output tax they collect from customers. Said input tax can go beyond the 12% output tax, and in which case, the excess can be carried over and deducted from output taxes of succeeding quarters until fully utilized or refunded in the case of exporters. While he observed this with a grain of prophecy, or in anticipation of a clearly foreseeable loophole in the input tax deduction mechanism, the summary of VAT returns for the past 12 years now speak volumes of the loophole he entirely pursued to eliminate. The same records also show that by and large, taxpayers reported input taxes tremendously higher by 47% than output taxes as of 2019. To put these numbers in proper perspective, let me briefly dwell on some fundamentals about the VAT. The VAT is an indirect tax which may be shifted or passed on to the consumer. In a typical cycle of goods from production to consumption, the VAT payable to the government may be computed as follows. Sa nakikita nating table, ang isang producer ng tela, halimbawa nakagawa ng isang perasong tela sa halagang 100 pesos, ipagbibili niya ito sa presyong 112 pesos dahil sa patong na 12 pesos para sa VAT. Ang tela ay nabili ng isang manufacturer at ginawa itong t-shirt na may presyong 200 pesos. Ipagbibili niya ito sa distributor pero sa presyong 224 pesos dahil sa kailangan magpatong ng 24 pesos bilang VAT na 12%. Ipapasa ang distributor ang t-shirt sa isang retailer sa presyong 300 pesos na magiging 336 pesos dahil sa 12% VAT. Para sa consumer na bibili at magsusuot ng t-shirt, ang presyo ng retailer ay 400 pesos na magiging 448 pesos dahil sa 12% VAT na lumalabas na 48 pesos. Sa sistemang ito ng VAT, makikita ang buwis na dapat papasok sa kaban ng bayan kahit pa may mga deduction ng input taxes. It is possible, however, that at the level of a taxpayer, the input tax could exceed the output tax in a given period. This occurs, for example, when in a given quarter, a taxpayer sells goods less than what it produced. The VAT implication of this scenario may be illustrated as follows. Sa halimbawang ito, kapansin-pansin na ang distributor na bumili ng t-shirts mula sa manufacturer sa halagang 800 pesos ay nakabenta lamang ng halagang 300 pesos. Dahil dito, magiging mas malaki ang ire-report niyang input kesa output sa BAR. Gayunpaman, sa kabuuan, hindi pa rin hihigit ang input tax sa output tax pagdating sa BAR dahil ang input tax na ire-report niya ay may katumbas na output tax na dapat bayaran ng manufacturer. Kahit sa pagkakataong walang nabenta ang distributor at puro input tax lamang sa halagang 96 pesos ang ire-report sa BAR, sa kabuuan, magiging pantay lamang ito sa output tax na dapat bayaran ng producer at ng manufacturer. Sa makatuwid, kapag ang lahat ng output tax at input tax ay galing sa mga lehitimong transaksyon ay tama at inire-report ng taxpayers, wala dapat pagkakataon na ang kabuang halaga ng input tax na nakareport sa BAR ay hihigit sa kabuang output tax. What I am driving at, Mr. Speaker, is that the BAR data showing total input tax perennially exceeding the total output tax from 2008 to 2019 at an increasing rate from 25% to 47% is disturbing, to say the least. Even if we try to subtract the total amount of VAT collections from the Bureau of Customs, assuming these are all reported as input taxes, for example, in 2019, BOC VAT collection amounted to 426.7 billion, the excess input tax will still be 497.95 billion, given the output tax is only 1.986 trillion. This means that the excess of input tax over the output tax every year constitutes an applicable deduction in favor of taxpayers. The BAR's record showing input tax significantly exceeding the output VAT for the past 12 years, and full input tax mechanism, and the difficulty of administering and monitoring the same. These challenges embolden tax cheats to resort to a combination of schemes in order to lessen or totally eliminate their tax liability. Years ranged only from 2.8% to 3.1%. In other words, while the 12% VAT passed on to the consumers is dutifully paid by the latter, an average of only 3%, land which only imposes 7% VAT rate has a significantly better efficiency rate of 68%. The BAR records also disclose that on the average, only 1% of the VAT-registered taxpayers are randomly audited to validate the allowable input taxes, the venue for corruption and tax evasion. In this regime, a manufacturer can easily cheat by fabricating spurious purchase invoices to increase his tax credits, thus reducing his tax liability to the government. Since the country's tax administration is weak, the BIR cannot monitor the use of these invoices, which nullifies the self-policying mechanism of VAT. Another columnist noted that even the mighty US stepped back from the daunting task of VAT administration. The United States itself had rejected VAT mainly because it entails huge spending for new equipment and additional tax personnel, while leaving a proportionately small net tax collection and so much confusion. On the other hand, by shifting to a simple sales tax, we will be able to achieve at least 4 beneficial reforms. First, we do away with the tax loopholes and tremendously increase internal revenue tax by pegging a tax rate much lower than 12% VAT. Using the record of output tax reported for the past 12 years, the total gross sales and the estimated tax collection for the same period using a sales tax of 4% may be calculated as follows. Based on the above calculations, the significantly reduced sales tax of 4% could have generated 5 trillion or 57% more compared to the actual BIR VAT collection of 3.18 trillion. Second, with the lower tax rate, we also appreciably reduce the tax which consumers pay on goods and services. This is demonstrated by the following comparison, where in the previous slide, the VAT ultimately passed on to the consumer amounting to 48 pesos is 20% higher compared to the sales tax of 40 pesos. Third, by going gross, all the taxes we pay go to the government's coffers. This is unlike VAT in the preceding comparison, where although the VAT amounted to 120, only 48 is payable to the government because of the input tax deduction mechanism, which I intimately early on is laden with loopholes. Fourth, the gross tax system is relatively easier and simpler to monitor and administer. This undoubtedly reduces the cost of administration. Given all the foregoing advantages, the simplicity of the sales tax system over the VAT system is indisputable. The imperative of making the shift and abandoning altogether the VAT system obviously requires nothing much to ponder. Mr. Speaker, with no less than the President pushing for gross taxation in order to plug the huge tax leakage, curb corruption, and improve collection, now is the time to make the shift. In due time, I will be filing a measure proposing to replace the VAT and imposing instead a straightforward sales tax amending for that purpose the National Internal Revenue Code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished members, for your attention.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the Honorable Lito Atienza of Buhay Party List to interpolate our Speaker.
The Honorable Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. And at the outset, let me congratulate the gentleman from Bataan for taking up the issue of the VAT in Congress. Kapag ayon sa report niya, ay maraming dapat ayusin para tunay na pakinabangan ng VAT ng ating sambayanan, ng ating ekonomiya, at ng ating mga mamamayan. Did I get you right when you mentioned that the VAT is not essentially succeeding in its mission to increase collection and benefits for the citizens and the taxpayer? You mentioned about the weakening and the lessening collection of VAT in the country today. Did you mean that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Based on the data that we collected from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, as I mentioned earlier, the loophole is in the input tax, Mr. Speaker. If we show again the table on the input tax versus the output tax for the past 12 years, the input tax as of 2019, this is a running total, is now higher by 47% over the output tax, which means businesses are able to use their input tax to lower their output tax payments to the government. And second, Mr. Speaker, according also to BAR estimates, out of the 12% VAT that is collected, only 3% actually go to the government.
Gentleman from Bataan, we would like to assure you that we are equally concerned with the ineffectivity of the VAT to fulfill the promised benefits when it was first crafted and passed into law. Kung bumababa man ang halaga ng nakokolekta sa VAT at nawawala na ito ng bisa katulad ng pinlano ng mga may akda nito, isa sa mga kadahilanan, and I'm sure the gentleman would agree with our observation, that the collection may not be at its optimum level simply because the BIR today and yesteryears has not done correctly their mission to implement and force the VAT in favor of the general economy of the country and beneficial to all, especially the local communities. Tayo'y pinatawan ng 10% additional tapos ginawang 12%. Subalit, yung benepisyo para sa lokal ay hindi nila ibinigay kailanman. Are you familiar with that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In the case of our city in Bataan, we were able to receive around an estimate of 500,000 from VAT in 2015 and 2017. I think may condition sila, Mr. Speaker, on when they're able to give a share of the VAT with the local government unit. And so far, the past 5 years, we were only able to receive in 2015 and 2017 around 500,000 pesos, if I'm not mistaken.
The law creating the VAT very clearly provides that the local government units, from its beginning, from the beginning of the implementation of the VAT, the local government units in the local communities should have been benefiting from the collection. And that has not been done. Alam po ninyo, malaking halaga. Probably tens of billions or maybe hundreds of billions of pesos have not been remitted for the benefit of the local governments. And that may be the reason why collection is going down and the interest of the participants, particularly the local government units, is not working for the benefit of a successful VAT collection. Nung umpisa, kailan po ba natin inumpisa ng VAT? Would you remember?
Kung hindi pa ako nagkakamali, Mr. Speaker, this was started around 1988. The value-added tax for the Philippines.
Ano pong taon?
1988, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker.
1988. Kung naalala ko po, panahon po ito ni Presidente Ramos eh. So, 1998. Subalit, ang batas ay malinaw. Yung koleksyon ng unang taon, dapat may bahagi ng lokal. Pero ang pinakamalaking bahagi ay yung between the first and the second year. Because the increment between the 2 years, inilalaan po ng batas na 50%, kalahati ng koleksyon, ay dapat bahagi ng local government unit. Hindi po ginawa yan. And thereafter, every year, the VAT should be shared with the local government units so that the collection of this tax is made efficient, more effective, if the locals are involved and part of it. Pero dahil po hindi binibigay yung share ng local, knowing the sentiments of the local officials, why would they collect a tax that burdens people, as you enumerated, additional burden for everyone, when the intention of the law is not being enforced by the national government, starting from President Ramos, President Erap, President Noy Aquino, up to the present President. Wala silang ibinibigay na bahagi sa local government units. So why would the local government units be interested at all in collecting a tax which is not benefiting them. So if you may accept the suggestion of this representation, let's review the law, let's review the implementation of this law, and I think the questions you have propounded this afternoon will be answered. Dahil tinatago nila ang koleksyon, the national government refuses to share this tax to the local units who are supposed to be the arm, the collection arm. They are the implementors of this law. Kaya ginawa ng batas na may share ang local government unit para po naman merong encouragement ang mga local officials na magtrabaho rin. Sapagkat ang koleksyon ng VAT ay pakikinabangan nila sa kanilang local development plan. Pero kung ganito ang ating pinag-usapan at hindi natin titignan ang pagkukulang, the shortcomings of the national leadership, the national government, the BIR in particular, and I would like to invite the gentleman, try to inquire from the BIR the figures that I am citing. You will not be given the privilege of getting an accurate answer, because the continued refusal of the national government to share the VAT collection will mean a continuous, sustained reducing of interest as far as collecting this tax is concerned. So yung magandang pakay ay hindi po nangyayari sapagkat ang bahagi ng kolektor ay hindi po ibinibigay. Pagpasok sa national government yan, humingi ka ng accounting, they will not even respond to your letter. So it's time now that you've taken up the issue on the floor, we join you in the interest, but let us look into it from that point of view. The VAT is not shared by the national government as envisioned by the law, creating it so that collection will be continuous. Collection will be coming with more vigor from the local units as they benefit from the collection. While on the other hand, if we don't address that particular problem, I am already stating to the gentleman, his frustrations will continue, as the frustrations on my part also have amounted to an unexplainable sin of the national government. The collection of taxes should always be shared with the local government units. Yan po yung provision ng ating saligang batas. Hindi po IRA lang ang sinishare dapat. All taxes. Yan po ang sabi ng ating konstitusyon. But VAT, as a special law, specifically touches on the issue of sharing, which has never been done. And let us craft an amendment, a resolution to call the attention of the BIR, but creating a national awareness why the VAT is not succeeding, unlike in other countries, because the intention of the law creating it has not been implemented by the BIR. I will join the gentleman with his permission. I'll work with him on this issue because it has long been also my frustration that the good intentions of this particular law has not been felt by the economy nor by the country. But again, congratulations for taking it up. It takes someone like you, knowledgeable and well-intentioned, to take up the issue in this hall of Congress. And we urge our colleagues to join us in this effort, as this will help the economy of the country. Thank you. Congratulations.
I agree, Mr. Speaker, with the Honorable Atienza in looking at the role of the local governments and the share that they're supposed to get from the VAT. But just to clarify, VAT collections from 2008, at least the data that I have, from 2008 to 2019 has increased, no? From 140 billion in 2008, 2019 it's now 406 billion. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, it should have been much, much higher. As I mentioned, this is only around 3% of the actual VAT payments or taxes that our consumers are paying. whereas it should be hopefully higher, or if not, the full 12%. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my position. The best way to go about it is to do away with that, move to a simple sales tax system that doesn't have this input tax mechanism that allows businesses to use it as a tax deduction from their VAT payments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that's the whole point of our interpellation, to get the matter of really probing into the implementation of the VAT for the purpose of knowing why the collection is only in that level when probably it should be 10 times more. Sapagkat ang VAT ay regular 12% of the value of the product or the service. At 12% coming from where it was is a measly sum now compared to what it should be. So the promise of a better economy is not materializing simply because the mechanics involving the local government units is not being enforced. Why? Only the BIR would be able to answer that, and possibly the presidents of the different periods where it was not attended to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity of being part of this very timely, constructive criticism of how the VAT is being implemented, and it is not done in the right way. Sayang ang pagkakataon. Salamat po.
Mr. Speaker, just in fairness to the Bureau of Internal Revenue, ang main problem with the VAT is they need more equipment, more people, since there are too many voluminous receipts that they have to evaluate and to audit. So yun po yung initial na binigay po sa aming comment, kaya hindi ho nila ma-plug yung mga loophole ng VAT system is because kulang ho sa tao, kulang sa mga kagamitan ang ating Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Let me add, Mr. Speaker, to that, as the gentleman may be influenced by the alibi. Those are alibis for failure. The real reason is that kung short sila ng tao, you can imagine if all local government units in the country, 1,700 municipalities, 100 cities, and so many provinces, and everyone in the Treasury Department of these LGUs would be involved with VAT collection, the figure that he has read to us now will probably be 10 times more. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Jet Garcia and its interpellation be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. So moved.
In objection, the chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6134 under Committee Report number 210 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6134, an act mandating banking institutions to strengthen the financing system for agricultural, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments. Mr. Speaker, there being no other individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6134 under Committee Report number 210.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. As many
As
as are
amended, Mr. Speaker.
as many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. The measure is approved on second reading. As amended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to greet the guests of the Honorable Jose Enrique Garcia III, representative of the 2nd District of Bataan. We have his Balikbayan guests from Toronto, Canada, Mr. Ulysses Gorin, Ms. Judith Gorin, Ms. Jocelyn Del Mundo, Ms. Carmen Fernandez, and Mrs. Isabel Garcia.
The guests of the Honorable Joet Garcia will please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the guests of Majority Floor Leader Martin Romualdez. We have with us the following judges: Judge Hannah Ariola from RTC 6 Manila, Judge Maria Lorelai Dulig, RTC 66 Makati, Judge Reynald Paggao, Judge Billy Evangelista, Judge Renato Pambid, Judge Romel Odronia, Judge Ronald Augustan, and Judge Jacob Montesa.
The guests of the Majority Leader will please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit.
Mr. Speaker, likewise, we would like to greet the guest of the Honorable Raymond Mendoza of the TUCP party list. They are OFWs were stranded in Saudi Arabia for 4 months without any salary, and they have just recently been repatriated this morning, March 4 of 2020, namely Mr. Gerson Enriquez of Iligan City, Emerson Mendoza of Marinduque, Mr. Ernie Sogilon of Cadiz City, Negros Occidental, and Mr. Ronaldo Zamora of Tanza, Cavite.
The guests of the Honorable Raymond Mendoza are recognized. Welcome home and welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? The Secretary General will please read the title of House Bill 5832.
House Bill number 5832, an act creating the Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment, defining its mandate, powers, and functions, appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move that the Chairman of the Government Organization, the Honorable Marvin Marino, be recognized, and likewise the interpellator, the Honorable Ed Salagman, to continue with this interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Marino is recognized to sponsor, and the Honorable Lagman is recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, earlier, the distinguished sponsor manifested that they're looking for the position paper filed by the Department of Labor with respect to the creation of this Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment. What was handed to me was a transcript of the testimony of the Secretary of Labor. But I will not insist anymore on the production of that position paper because my time is running out. But the Honorable Raymond Mendoza called up the Secretary of Labor so that I could talk to him over the phone earlier. And the Secretary of Labor confirmed to me that his position with respect to this creation of a new department was at the start neutral, but he said that he could not go against the preference of the President for the creation of this department. So he said that he was recommending the creation. And this statement is reflected in the transcript given to me, which I quote, "Being the alter ego of the President, I support the creation of the department." But from the transcript which I read, he did not in any way mention the merits of this department. All he said that he was a member of the cabinet, and then ego the president, and he had no choice but to support the creation. Be that as it may, I am also informed that the OFWs represented by various sectors and associations were virtually divided on the creation of this department. And the position papers are submitted. I will not ask for them anymore because I have other questions to ask, Mr. Speaker. So let me go to the reasons why Filipinos work overseas. The first reason to which the distinguished sponsor agreed was the unstable economic situation in the Philippines, which is not addressed in the bill creating the department. May we know from the distinguished sponsor what are the other reasons why Filipinos work overseas?
Mr. Speaker, there are many reasons why OFWs work abroad. One of them is, of course, they want better opportunities, higher salary, and also they want other opportunities for their families. So also the jobs are not available right now in our country. So they're looking for greener pastures, Mr. Speaker.
To expedite the process, let me just mention the major causes why Filipinos work overseas, in addition to unstable economic situation in the Philippines. The other is high unemployment rate. As of July 2019, the labor force survey of the Philippine Statistics Authority said that the unemployment rate was 5.4%. And the underemployment rate is 13.9%. Another reason is low salary offered by local companies. Another is the contractualization of labor. Another is poor benefits. Another is OFWs are more pampered by the government. Next, it is not so lonely to go abroad anymore because of modern technology facilitating communication. And last is discrimination in job training, where graduates from high standard schools are preferred, and also even there are height requirements which the applicant will have to meet. Now, my question is, knowing the reasons why Filipinos work overseas, may we know whether under this bill, these reasons are being addressed and sought to be resolved?
Mr. Speaker, all the other reasons why Filipinos work abroad will not be answered by this department alone. It requires the help of the whole of government, especially for job creation. It is not the sole responsibility of this department to provide jobs, for instance. It requires the whole improvement of our economy for jobs to be created. So this department will not answer all of the problems, but it will try to address some solutions. For instance, in times when the OFW workers will need to be repatriated, then it is the job of this department to look for other alternatives. But it will not solve the whole problem itself, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, by that candid answer. That despite the creation of this department, it is not the responsibility of this department to address the reasons why Filipinos work overseas. Nakabitin tayo sa department na ito. Now, let me go to the major problems encountered by OFWs in the host countries. May we know from the distinguished sponsor, what are the major problems besetting the OFWs in the host?
Just recently, of course, we have heard in the news the abuses of our OFWs, especially the domestic helper in Kuwait. And of course, there are other problems such as substitution of contracts and other abuses in some of the countries that the OFWs are deployed. Especially latest is in Kuwait and also United Arab Emirates.
Well,
we have different kinds of cases. Also, we have welfare cases, contract violations, maltreatment, sexual abuse, rape, among others, Mr. Speaker.
If this department is not designed to address the major reasons why Filipinos work overseas, then with more reason, this department cannot address the problems encountered by OFWs in the host countries, where the department, or the Philippines for that matter, has no jurisdiction. Let me enumerate for the record what are these major problems besetting the OFWs in the host countries. One, 30% of the migrants did not have a contract signed prior to departure. Two, 14.7% did not receive wages on time. Three, 77.3% reported that they received wages that were lower than those promised before departure, or the wages they received have unforeseen deductions. Next, the average number of weekly hours is 71, with women working much longer hours than men. Next, 25% of migrants report not having any rest day per week. Another major problem is 30% of migrants experience health-related problems, of which about 1 in 5 had serious work-related injuries. Another is migrants receive lower average wages than the local workers. Next, deaths of migrants are higher compared to similar age group in their countries of origin. These are problems which this department, under the bill, is not designed to solve. Now, let me go to the social cost of labor migration. May we know from the distinguished sponsor what are the social costs of labor migration?
Well, some of the social causes of course, the being separated from the family and in some cases, having been separated from the family, they have problems with, they have marital problems, also problems with the children, getting into drugs. So all the other social problems, Mr. Speaker.
Can we be more specific, distinguished sponsor? I think the committee has well studied the social cost of labor migration, considering that many of those who responded to the notices for hearing by the committee mentioned this labor cost of labor migration in their opposition to the establishment of this new department. So can we get a more specific answer? Let me volunteer the social cost of labor migration, which I don't think this new department, once created, will be able to address, because it is not in its mandate. A, breakdown of relationships between spouses and between parents and children. B, loneliness, anxieties, and emotional aches and longings from long-term separation, including psychiatric problems. Filipino families have to stay apart just to stay together. See, children of migrants experience more issues and problems with coping in school due to lack of parental supervision and guidance, resulting in serious behavioral consequences such as substance use and early entry into sexual relations. The children of migrants are prone to sexual abuse because of the absence of the mother or the father or both of them. E, the cycle of economic dependence continues until the migrants can no longer work and must confront the reality of their own survival and quality of life after retirement. F, data show that 70% of OFWs have been unable to save enough to attain their financial goals. And G, children of migrant mothers consider migration as an abandonment, leaving them, quote, less socially adjusted. And nowhere in the explanatory note or in the provisions of the bill are there attempts to solve this social cost of labor migration. And if we continue exporting Filipino manpower abroad, this social cost will even escalate. Now, is the distinguished sponsor aware of the feminization of workers' migration?
Again, Mr. Speaker.
Is the distinguished sponsor aware of the feminization of workers' migration?
55.8% are women, and out of that 55.8%, 58.7% are domestic workers.
Female OFWs comprise of 55.8% of the total OFWs. And out of that 55.8%, more than half of the female OFWs are in elementary occupations.
No. The real data from the Philippine Statistics Authority is that 55.8% of OFWs are women. That is the import of what is known as the feminization of workers' migration. And this problem will not be addressed by the department. It has no mandate to solve this problem. And the more we send female workers abroad, particularly domestic and low caliber positions, the more the social costs will escalate. Because mothers are needed to be at home to care for their children and monitor their activities. But with 55.8% of OFWs are women, this problem will continue to remain unsolved. There are a number of studies by ILO which would document the detrimental costs of the feminization of labor migration. Now, may we know what are the adverse effects of labor migration other than the social costs?
Honorable Lagman, please repeat.
The adverse effects of labor migration. What are the adverse effects of labor migration, in addition to the social costs?
Well, number one is the skills will be abroad instead of available locally. So that will be the number one consequence of labor export. Also, brain drain. We will be losing our engineers, teachers. So it's a matter of supply and demand, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that is correct. Brain drain or loss of human resources that could have contributed to the local and national development. Another is poor quality of goods and services at home because those who are qualified are abroad. Loss of public funds invested in education and training of those who migrate for foreign employment. The complacency effect, reduced share in the workforce of persons in the household relying on overseas remittances. Compared to the assistance and support given to those who seek overseas employment, there is a glaring lack of assistance to the unemployed and underemployed at home. Just like the major causes why OFWs go abroad, the social costs, and other ill effects of labor migration, and the adverse effects of labor migration, these are not being addressed by the department as provided for in the bill. Now, can we know who are the ranking countries worldwide who are engaged in the export of manpower?
Mr. Speaker, just to mention a few, China, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia.
It's China, India, Mexico, Bangladesh,
Bangladesh, Indonesia.
Indonesia. May we know from this major labor migration exporting countries whether they have established in the respective countries a department for overseas workers.
Among those mentioned, it is only Bangladesh who has a ministry.
And Bangladesh is not even one of the major. The major ones are China, India, Mexico, and Indonesia. I would like to underscore that in these countries who are exporting manpower overseas, they do not have a separate department catering to OFWs. And the Philippines, which is a major country and the export of manpower, is now creating a department where there are existing agencies like the Department of Labor, the POA, and OWA, which have been catering to the needs of the OFWs. So much so that we have deployed, according to this distinguished sponsor, 10 million over the last half century, and our dollar remittances are of record high. So, for all of these reasons I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, there is no need, there is no urgency to establish or create another bureaucracy to be known as the Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would terminate my interpellation, and I would like to thank the distinguished sponsor for being gracious in answering my questions and for being candid when there is no answer to my questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you, Monsieur. But really, there were issues mentioned, a lot of concerns, problems. If the existing departments are working properly, then why do we have social problems as it is? Then that is my contention, that the more we need a department, Mr. Speaker, to address all these issues. But thank you again. I respect the position and also the suggestion of the Honorable.
The social problems, Mr. Speaker, are inherent to labor migration. They are not because of the fault or failure of the implementing agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5832. I withdraw, Mr. Speaker, sorry. There being no other interpellators, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5832 in the committee report number 142. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The consideration of the House bill is hereby suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Yeah.
Sessions resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Johnny Pimentel, to make a manifestation.
The Deputy Speaker, Johnny Pimentel, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is regarding House Resolution number 757. I'd like to manifest that my name be withdrawn as one of the authors on this resolution. Therefore, in this connection, Mr. Chair, I move that my name be deleted as one of the authors of House Resolution number 757, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I join the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Is there an objection? The motion to withdraw is hereby approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Deputy Speaker, Don Gonzales, for his manifestation.
Deputy Speaker Dong Gonzales is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Regarding this House Resolution number 757, I'm also withdrawing my name as the author of this proposed measure. So move, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
I join, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion to withdraw is approved.
Thank you.
Secretary
Mr. Speaker, I
General
move
will
that we
note.
resume consideration of House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of House Bill 5832.
House Bill number 5832, an act creating the Department of Filipinos Overseas and Foreign Employment, defining its mandate, powers, and functions, appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Marvin Marino as the Chairman of the Government Organization.
The
And
Honorable Marino is recognized.
with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close
Mr.
the
Speaker.
period of committee.
I'm sorry, Majority
The Honorable
Leader.
Marino, the sponsor, is recognized.
I'd like to make a committee amendment, please.
I'm sorry, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. I move that we open the committee amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is hereby open.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 2, Declaration of Policy, page 2, paragraph C, lines 26 to 28, delete the entire sentence starting with, quote, "The state, therefore, shall continuously create local employment opportunities and promote the equitable distribution of wealth and the benefits of development," unquote. That would be the committee amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
We join, Mr. Speaker, with the author.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The committee amendment is carried.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is hereby open.
To introduce individual amendments, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin.
The Honorable Sharon Garin is recognized to propose her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 8, page 12, lines 19 to 35, and page 13, lines 1 and 2, delete the entire Section 8B, and in lieu thereof, insert a new B and C to read as follows. Office B, Office of the Undersecretary for Land-Based Foreign Employment. The Office of the Undersecretary for Land-Based Foreign Employment shall subsume the related mandates and functions of the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration under Executive Order 247/1987 and Republic Act Number 8042 as amended, and shall have the following additional functions. Number 1, advise and assist the Secretary in the formulation of the Department's overall long-term and short-term plans and programs on land-based overseas employment. Number 2, review and evaluate the progress or status of projects and accomplishments in relation to set standards, objectives, and schedules.
Mr. Speaker, I requested the Honorable Garin to stop because I need to this is an individual amendments, therefore the amendments must be made line by line. So we will first take up the first amendment, and we would like to request the author if he will approve on the amendment introduced by the Honorable Garin.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Then we join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on Section 8, page 2, lines 19 to 35, and page 13, lines 1 and 2, delete the entire Section 8B.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the author.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
In lieu thereof, insert a new Section B and C to read as follows. B, Office of the Undersecretary for Land-Based Foreign Employment. Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
To follow Section B, the Office of the Undersecretary for Land-Based Foreign Employment shall subsume the related mandates and functions of the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration under Executive Order 247, 1987, and Republic Act Number 8042 as amended, and shall have the following additional functions, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Following that, number 1, advise and assist the Secretary in formulation of the Department's overall long-term and short-term plans and programs on land-based overseas employment. Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Number 2,
Is
review.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Number 2, review and evaluate the progress or status of projects and accomplishments in relation to set standards, objectives, and schedules.
We
Mr.
accept.
Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Number
Is there any
3,
objection?
sorry.
Let's rule on the motion first. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Number 3, supervise and control operational activities of one assistant secretary, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Number 4, perform such other functions as may be provided by law or assigned by the secretary.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
C, Office of the Undersecretary for Sea-Based Foreign Employment, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Under letter C, the Office of the Undersecretary for Sea-Based Foreign Employment shall subsume the related mandates and functions of the Philippine Overseas Employment Administration under Executive Order 247, 1987, and Republic Act Number 8042 as amended, and shall have the following additional functions. Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Number 1, advise and assist the Secretary in the formulation of the Department's overall long-term and short-term plans and programs on sea-based overseas employment, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Number 2, review and evaluate the progress or status of projects and accomplishments in relation to set standards, objectives, and schedules, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Number 3, supervise and control operational activities of one Assistant Secretary, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Number 4, perform such other functions as may be provided by law or assigned by the Secretary, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
And thereafter, Mr. Speaker, the succeeding paragraphs shall be rearranged accordingly, Mr. Speaker.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the sponsor, Mr.
Is
Speaker.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The consideration of House Bill 5832 is suspended.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 6091 as contained in the committee report number 207, submitted by the Committee on People's Participation. I request, therefore, that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title only of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6091, an act providing protection from liability to volunteers for acts or omissions committed in the performance of their duties during emergency situation.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on People's Participation be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The chairman of the committee is hereby recognized for her sponsorship speech.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the chairman of the Committee of People's Participation, Congressman Rita Robes, we, the members of our committee, recognize volunteerism as one of the most effective mechanisms of people participation. However, for volunteerism to fulfill its idealistic dimension, a clear vision of its goal must be articulated, and put simply, it is all about selfless giving to others. Ang tumulong na walang hinihintay na kapalit. The ultimate expression of generosity is not giving of what you have, but giving of who you are. Considering that volunteers are involved in everyday activities that involve risks, these volunteers deserve to be protected and be given due recognition because of their contribution to society, especially in crisis situations. In good and hard times, we can always count on volunteers. They were visible during the Yolanda crisis, the Taal emergency evacuation and relief operations, and even during the staging of the successful Southeast Asian Games held in our country last year. In order to encourage volunteerism and to limit the risks that volunteers face, I believe we must pass the law that will provide liability protection to government agencies and volunteers when performing acts of volunteerism, especially during times of disaster and emergency. The proposed law will protect volunteers and clearly define their rights and responsibilities. These are the salient points of House Bill 1691, also called the Emergency Volunteer Protection Act. The main objective of House Bill 1691 is to protect volunteers who provide assistance during emergencies, during times of calamity, against possible liability that may be caused by acts performed in line with volunteer work. The bill specifies conditions where a volunteer cannot be held liable for harm when acting in the performance of an act of volunteerism. Honorable Speaker, this bill was previously approved by the 17th Congress and already transmitted to the Senate. On behalf of our chairperson, Congressman Rita Robes of the Committee on People's Participation, we earnestly encourage our fellow colleagues to support the approval of House Bill 1691. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good evening.
Majority Leader.
Mr.
Speaker, I move that we recognize the party list representative, the Honorable Bernadette Herrera D, for her additional sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Herrera D is recognized for her sponsorship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My esteemed colleagues, friends, stakeholders, and guests, good afternoon. The parable of the Good Samaritan is about the traveler who is robbed, beaten, stripped of clothing, and left dying on the side of the road. A priest happened to be traveling the same road, but when he saw the man, he simply passed by on the other side. Eventually, a Levite also came by and saw him, but he ignored the traveler too. Finally, a Samaritan finds the traveler and takes pity on him. He bandages his wounds, puts the man on his donkey, clothed and sheltered him at an inn, and even paid the expenses. Despite the Samaritans and Jews' long historic hate for each other, the Samaritan acted upon compassion, a prime example of human empathy. Unfortunately, as depicted in this parable, empathy for others is scarce. Oftentimes, people flock towards the scene of an accident just to see what unfolds. Some may even record videos on their phones and upload them and live stream rather than help. Mas uso na po yung nagfe-Facebook live at pinagkakalat kesa tulungan ang mga naaaksidente. The common mentality is to ignore the incident out of fear that if they provide assistance, the Good Samaritan may end up being sued by the rescued party. This has happened so many times already. The situation simply boils down to ignore and leave the victim at risk or help and be punished. This circumstance is certainly a catch-22. It reinforces the words of discouragement, don't be a hero, while creating a society comprised of bystanders and breeding a culture of indifference. Consequently, this dilemma has either cost the lives of far too many victims or has resulted into Good Samaritans becoming victims of hefty lawsuits. Accidents, calamities, and other emergencies are unavoidable in the Philippines. There are countless ways outside of the volunteer sector when one can assist those in need. Incidents such as traffic accidents, unprecedented injuries, hold-up robberies, and house fires, to name a few, are common, yet spontaneous and fatal occurrences in the country. Each emergency necessitates immediate urgency by civilians at close proximity, regardless if there are trained volunteers or just simply a rescuer. In other words, victims can be saved from life-threatening situations in possibly a shorter period of time by others who are willing to help the best of their capacities. By the same token, one can even be saved in a matter of seconds by the goodwill of a fellow individual who happened to be nearby. As opposed to only protecting professional volunteers and rescuers from possible liability, protection should also be extended to the general public. Hence, this representation has filed House Bill 3474, which seeks to exempt any Good Samaritan who acts in good faith and provides assistance to another who is in danger, is wounded, or requires immediate medical assistance from any subsequent liability due to injury, loss of life, or damage to property. It also demonstrates that the victim, who is conscious and of legal age, must first give verbal or non-verbal consent to be assigned or rescued. It takes to be assisted or rescued. It takes into account the context of an incident, whether the person rendering aid was the cause of the incident, accident, or emergency, and if negligence occurred in the act of rescuing or assisting another. Hence, I urge you to help in the passage of this House bill. As pianist Marcus Stanley once said, remember, whenever you're in a position to help someone, be glad and always do it, because that is God answering someone's prayers through you. Thank you, and God bless the Filipino people.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6091 under Committee Report 207. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The consideration of the House bill is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 5083 as contained in Committee Report number 198, submitted by the Committee on Agrarian Reform. I request, therefore, that the Secretary General be instructed to read the title only of the bill.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the
House Bill 5083, an act providing for the restructuring and condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges on loans secured by farmers, fisherfolks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from the Department of Agrarian Reform, Department of Agriculture, People's Credit and Finance Corporation, the Cooperative Development Authority, the National Food Authority, and the Quedan and Rural Credit Guarantee Corporation.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Agrarian Reform be recognized to begin sponsorship of the measure.
The Honorable Chungalao is hereby recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker and dear colleagues of this august chamber, I wish to express my appreciation for the House leadership and its entire membership for the inclusion of our measure in today's plenary agenda. I finally stand before you this afternoon to sponsor a very significant piece of legislation that would facilitate the reintegration into the financial and banking system of the farmers, fisher folks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries and give them access to new and additional government credit programs. The measure that I'm referring to is the substitute measure to House Bill number 187, entitled An Act Providing for the Restructuring and Condonation of Unpaid Interest, Penalties, and Surcharges on Loans secured by farmers, fisher folks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from the Department of Agrarian Reform, the Department of Agriculture, the People's Credit and Finance Corporation, the Cooperative Development Authority, the National Food Authority, and the Quedan and Rural Credit Guarantee Corporation, authored by Representative Sabiniano Canama. Mr. Speaker, this measure provides the condonation of unpaid interest, penalties, and surcharges of agricultural and agrarian reform loans secured by farmers, fisher folks, and agrarian reform beneficiaries from the DAR, DA, the PCFC, the CDA, the NFA, and Kedancor. In other words, those loans made through government lending programs. It also provides that the justification of the condonation shall only be due to force majeure or market aberration and not due to willful default of the borrowers. Mr. Speaker, the measure is in consonance with the social justice provisions of the Constitution. It relieves the cooperatives, farmers, fisher folks associations, and agrarian-based organizations from allocating certain portions of their income to pay the interest, penalties, and surcharges of their loans, hence giving them the opportunity to utilize and invest the condoned amounts to enhance land productivity and improve their income. Likewise, the measure enables the aforecited sector to access new additional credit from the government and private sector credit program. Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, we should fulfill the constitutional duty to make laws that respond to the needs of the Filipino people and fulfill the aspirations for a just and humane society where every Filipino can enjoy the blessings of freedom and democracy under a government strengthened by the rule of law, social justice, and people empowerment. I earnestly implore your support for the passage of this measure. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 5038 under Committee Report 198. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of the bill is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader for his manifestation.
The Honorable Minority Leader is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to withdraw my name as a co-author on the
resolution, Mr. Speaker, that Deputy Speaker Pimentel talked about. Thank you.
Manifestation of the Honorable Minority Leader is hereby recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Duke Frasco to avail of a question of privilege.
The Honorable Duke Frasco of the 5th District of Cebu is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House, I speak today on a matter of personal and collective privilege in reply to two of my colleagues, the distinguished gentleman from the city of Cebu and my fellow Cebuanos, for whom I have nothing but utmost respect. Yesterday, my two colleagues rose on a matter of privilege and made of record their displeasure and disappointment, accusing me of gross misrepresentation and falsehoods. They denounced a statement I had allegedly made in my capacity as chairman of the Visayas Development Committee in reply to the media who had quoted a former congressman purporting to express the collective stand of the Visayan Bloc in regard the ABS-CBN franchise. Under the same umbrella of privilege, my colleagues put forth their position favoring the renewal of the ABS-CBN franchise application and explicitly lobbying before the members of the House the merits of why the ABS-CBN franchise be given its day in Congress and its franchise extended. At the outset, as we are all aware, the measure concerning the ABS-CBN franchise is now pending before the Committee on Franchises. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in regard to the statement of my colleagues on the merits and their favorable endorsement of the ABS-CBN franchise, I would like to raise a point of order. Rule number 16, section 122 of the House Rules states that members shall not avail of the privilege hour to speak on concerns that are principally and directly related to the subject matter of measures already pending in any committee or plenary session. Further, Rule number 13, section 102 of the rules of this House states that the presiding officer shall also declare out of order a member who rises on a question of personal or collective privilege to speak on concerns that are principally and directly related to the subject matter of measures pending in any committee or in plenary session. Mr. Speaker, Rule number 19, section 139 of the House Rules unequivocally states that as members of this House, we shall adhere to the spirit and the letter of the rules of the House and the rules of the committees. I humbly submit, Mr. Speaker, that in taking advantage of the privilege hour to speak on the concerns that are principally and directly related to the subject matter of a measure already pending before a committee, specifically lobbying before the members of this House the merits of immediate action by the committee and the House on the ABS-CBN franchise, my two colleagues, with all due respect, have acted out of order. While I myself wish not to discuss this pending matter any further than my two colleagues have, I beg the kind indulgence of the distinguished members of this House, if only to clarify the misinterpretations and misattributions which my two colleagues may have made against me, in response to what is clearly an important and urgent issue for them. First, my statement to the media was in reply to a question posed regarding former Negros Congressman's claim that the Visayan Bloc, an unofficially convened alliance of Visayas lawmakers, had, and I quote, agreed that Congress should act quickly on the ABS-CBN issue. My reply was sought by the media, considering that I am chairman of the Visayas Development Committee of the House to which representatives from the Visayas belong. For the record, I was never consulted about the purported stand of the Visayan Bloc favoring ABS-CBN as conveyed by the former congressman from Negros. As my colleague from Cebu has confirmed, there was never any meeting of the Visayan Bloc agreeing to support the renewal or extension of the ABS-CBN franchise. When the convener of the Visayan Bloc purported to speak for all Visayan congressmen of the House, my two colleagues were silent. In contrast to the condemnation which I now face from them for simply speaking as a duly elected chairman of the committee representing Visayas congressmen. Being the duly elected chairman of the committee, recognized by the House as the official body representing the hopes and aspirations of the members of Visayas, I exercise my right of reply to the media on the basis of the facts of which I was aware. May I state, for the record, the exact statement I made to the media, and I quote, "With due respect to the former congressman, I can speak as chairman of the Visayas Development Committee that my fellow Visayas representatives stand solidly behind Speaker Allen in observing the protocol and courtesy due to our fellow representatives in the Committee on Franchises, before whom the ABS-CBN franchise matter has been presented. My statement being based on truth and fact, it confounds me to no end that as consequence, my two colleagues should find it necessary to publicly impugn my integrity and my reputation before my fellow members of the House and before the nation, instead of approaching me to clarify and discuss. Mahimo raman gud unta nga namong mahiskutan o magsinabtanay raman sa tingali mi, considering puros rami Subuanon o Bisaya. Is it not true that as sitting members of this House, the office of the Speaker and the person holding it currently enjoys majority support? After all, under the Speaker's leadership, the guidance which all of us heeded, various matters of national concern have been duly addressed. And most importantly, the budget benefiting all of our constituencies was passed in record time. Hence, the trust and confidence of the Filipino people in the House is at an all-time high. Is it not true that all of us, majority and minority, takes pains to observe courtesy and protocol among our colleagues, not only because the House rules mandate it, but also because, despite our political differences, we genuinely have mutual respect for each other. After all, each of us are duly elected members of this House, sworn to a solemn oath, entrusted with the mandate of our constituencies to protect the interests of the Filipino people. Lastly, is it not true that the Visayas representatives recognize the urgency of finding ways to mitigate the impact of the new coronavirus outbreak, which has caused thousands of deaths worldwide and global economic downturns? After all, it is in the Visayas, particularly Central Visayas, and our home province of Cebu, that is most negatively impacted by the coronavirus, wiping out revenues and employment from tourism, which is our major source of income. Mr. Speaker, fellow members of the House, these facts we all know to be true. The truth, Churchill once said, is incontrovertible. Malice may take it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. To you, Mr. Speaker, and to the members of this House, I offer my profound gratitude for your kind indulgence. And to my two colleagues, the distinguished gentlemen from Cebu City, and my fellow Cebuanos, I humbly offer a hand of peace. Since this is merely an answer to what was said during privilege hour yesterday, when I was not around, I will sit down for the sake of unity. Daghang salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Duke Frasco to the Committee on Rules for appropriate actions. So
Any
moved.
objection? Chair hears none. The speech of Congressman Duke Frasco is referred to Committee on Rules.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6091 under Committee Report number 207 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6091, an act providing protection from liability to volunteers for acts or omissions committed in the performance of their duties during emergency situations.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Yul Sarvaniato to deliver his additional sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Youth Servo is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ginoong Speaker, mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng House of Representatives, ang opisyal po ng House Secretariat, mga bisita na naririto ngayon, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Isa pong pribilehiyo na maging sponsor po ng panukalang nagsusulong magbigay proteksyon sa ating mga volunteer. Ito po ay aprobado na po ng ika-17 Kongreso. Sana po makuha pong muli ang inyong suporta ngayong hapon para may pasa po muli ang ito ngayon sa Kongreso. Sa ating pong kultura, ang pagiging hospitable po sa iba't ibang klase ng sitwasyon, tatak po yan ng Pilipino. Meron nga po tayong kataga para dito, bayanihan, bagamat ang pinagmulan po ng salita ay simpleng pagtutulungan ng kapitbahay ng maglipat ng tirahan. Ito po ay lalong pinapatibay ng panahon upang magkaroon ng mas malawak na definisyon ang pagkakaisa at pagtutulungan sa mga panahon na pangangailangan. Yan po ang sinasabuhay ng ating mga volunteer tuwing sila po ay tutulong. Sa modernong panahon na ating ginagalawan, mas komplikado na po ang uri ng pamumuhay ng mga tao. Marami na ang nagbago sa lipunan. Minsan, ang simpleng kilos ng pagtulong ay nagdudulot pa sa hindi ginustong abala. Responsibilidad po natin na magsulong ng mga batas na nagbibigay proteksyon sa mga karapatan ng tao. Ang mga volunteer ay kasama rin natin sa mga tungkulin at misyon na nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa bayan. Ako po ay naniniwala na ang panukalang ito, kapag naisa batas, ay makakatulong sa lalong ikauunlad ng ating bansa. Nais po ng panukalang ito na mapalaganap muli ang spirit of volunteerism o ang bayanihan na matagal na nating kaugalian. Ang pagtugon sa pagsubok ng panahon para lang makatulong ay dapat protektahan at kilalanin ng batas, hindi sugpuin. At maraming salamat po. Sana may pasa po ang panukalang ito para may kayat ang ating mga kababayan na hindi matakot na maging isang voluntaryo, lalo na sa mga panahon kung saan ang bayan ay nangangailangan. Muli po, maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6091. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Consideration of House Bill 6091 is hereby suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6365 under Committee Report number 243 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6365, an act upgrading the Siargao District Hospital in the municipality of Dapa, province of Surigao del Norte, into a Level 2 General Hospital to be known as the Siargao Island Medical Center, increasing its bed capacity, upgrading its professional healthcare services and facilities, authorizing the increase of its medical personnel and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of we're in the period of amendments. And with that, I would like to recognize the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Health, the Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez of the 2nd District of Laguna. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ruth Mariano Hernandez is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Loyola of the 5th District of Cavite to introduce amendments.
The Honorable Loyola is hereby recognized to propose amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would like to propose individual amendments to Committee Report 243 on House Bill 6365, and I would like to start off with proposed amendments to page 1, Section 2, line 11, by deleting the word increase after the word capacity.
What says the sponsor?
On behalf of the Committee on Health, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
We join with the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Mr. Speaker, on the second page, Section 3, delete the whole paragraph and in lieu therefore substitute the following. Section 3, the existing workforce of the SMIC, including doctors, nurses, and supporting personnel shall be correspondingly increased to conform with Section 1 of this Act.
Sponsor.
On behalf of the Committee on Health, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is approved.
Mr. Speaker, lastly on page 2, Section 4, delete the entire provision and in lieu therefore substitute the following. Section 4, the Secretary of the DOH shall immediately include in the department's programs the implementation of this Act, the funding of which shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act.
On behalf of the Committee on Health, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
We join, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wishes to introduce amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6365 under Committee Report number 243 as amended, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. As many as are in favor of House Bill 6365, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6365 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider I'm going to suspend session for a while, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. Sessions resumed.
Mr. Speaker, before we continue, I move that we approve Journal number 48, dated March 2, 2020. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 875 under Committee Report number 247 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
House Bill 875, an act providing for the improvement, rehabilitation, and modernization of the Nabotas Fish Port Complex.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of individual amendments. And with that, I move that we recognize the sponsor and the chairman of the committee, the Honorable Leo Cueva.
The Honorable Cueva is hereby recognized.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues in the House of Representatives. I move to amend.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
To introduce individual amendments, may I recognize the Honorable Diego T. of the 1st District of Misamis Occidental.
The Honorable Diego T. is hereby recognized to propose amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to propose the following amendments to House Bill number 875. First, to renumber Section 4 to Section 3 of House Bill 875.
What says the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, I accept.
We join the author, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is approved.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, to renumber Section 5 to Section 4 and amend the same to read as follows. Section 4. This act shall take effect 15 days after its publication in the official gazette or in the newspaper of general circulation.
What says the sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources, I accept.
We join the sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wishes to introduce individual amendments, may I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments hereby closed.
And Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6365 under Committee Report number 243 as amended. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. As many as are in favor of House Bill 6365 say aye.
Aye.
As many as are against say nay. Majority
Sorry,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I correct my House Bill number? House Bill number 875. I apologize.
As many as are in favor of House Bill 875 say aye. As many as are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 875 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 59 under Committee Report number 73 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Secretary General will please read the title of the bill.
House Bill 59, an act setting the minimum paid-up capital and locally produced stock inventory requirements for foreign retail business enterprises, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the period of interpellation. May I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, the Honorable Wes Gatchalian.
The Honorable Gatchalian is hereby recognized.
Mr. Speaker, to interpellate, I move that we recognize the Honorable Isaganik Zarate for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Zarate is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi po sa ating lahat. Will the good sponsor entertain some clarificatory question to House Bill number 59 now in consideration in this floor?
It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. During the sponsorships of this measure in consideration, the authors mentioned that the paid-up capital currently under RA 8762, otherwise known as the Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000, which is $2.5 million, is the highest among the ASEAN countries. They also claim, Mr. Speaker, that this high minimum requirement is restrictive to foreign investors. That is why they want to amend this RA 8762. They seek to open Philippine industry to have, first, according to them, greater variety of products. Second, more competitive local players. And third, there will be inflow of technology. And four, they promise that more jobs will be provided to Filipinos. Is my appreciation of the statements mentioned by the authors during the sponsorship correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, it's correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, the sponsors are saying that because of this high minimum capital paid-up requirement. That is what hinders investments in our country today, particularly in the retail trade sector. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Before I proceed, may I inquire from the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, what are the industries now that are still under the control of Filipinos? Can the good sponsor cite sectors or industries that are still in control by Filipinos?
Well, I do not have the exact details, pero marami naman pong industriya pa rin ang pinapatakbo po ng majority-owned na mga Pilipinong kumpanya at likewise Filipino na entity with regards po sa mga industriyang sabihin na natin malalaki ho, tulad if you're talking about manufacturing, agriculture, telecommunication, ay marami naman pong still under the majority-owned of the Filipino people. And pero dito ho sa ating panukala po, House Bill 59, ito po ay ang wholesale at retail sector, just to point out to our colleague from our Bayan Muna Party List, ang wholesale at retail sector is the number 2 biggest employer of the country. This is around 19.6. So sabihin na lang po natin 20% of the total employment coming from this sector is the wholesale and retail sector is 20% of the total job generating among the job generating sectors in the country next to agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Bago po tayo pumalawig doon sa katanungan kung kailangan bang susugan o amindahan ang kasalukuyang batas, pwede po bang ilatag o ilahad ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ano po ba ang rasyo o kadahilanan bakit po ang ating Kongreso ay nagpasa ng isang batas na nililimita, at first we passed Republic Act 1180, then it was amended to Republic in 1954 we passed Republic Act 1180, then in the year 2000 binago natin ito at ipinasa natin noong ika-11 ng Kongreso ang Republic Act 8762. Ito na yung kasalukuyang batas. Pwede po bang mailatag ng kagalang-galang na sponsor ano ang kadahilanan? Bakit nagbalangkas tayo ng ganong batas?
Opo. So, ang dahilan po natin, kaya po natin isinusulong itong panukala natin at binaba natin to the proposed $200,000 paid up is because when we passed in the year 2000, itong panukala nito, only 43 foreign retail investments have been recorded. This has generated only 22,000 jobs, accounting for only 0.6% of the total jobs generated. Ano ang ibig sabihin nito? Ang ibig sabihin po nito, mga kasama, dahil mataas po ang paid-up capital noong panukalang ating pong ipinasa noong year 2000, only 43 foreign retailers came into our country. So saan napunta po yung iba? Napunta po yung iba na gusto nilang pumasok at magnegosyo sa Pilipinas pero kakailanganin magpartner sa malalaking shopping mall. Gusto nila hong pumasok sa Pilipinas pero kailangan naman ho nila magpartner sa mga naglalakihang supermarket, no? Kailangan nila makipag-joint venture. Ito pong panukala na ating pong pinaglalaban ay para bigyan po ang hindi lang ho malalaking retailers o brands, foreign brands, no? Kundi ho yung medium scale sa ibang bansa makapasok upang hindi na ho nila kailangan pang magpartner sa mga giant shopping mall or supermarket ho na alam naman po natin sa Pilipinas ay pinapatakbo lang ng iilang-ilang pamilya. So with this Retail Act, House Bill 59, binibigyan ho natin sila ng pagkakataon to set up shop on their own na hindi kaya nilang tumayo as long as sumunod po sa mga batas under ho dito sa House Bill 15 na sa Retail Act natin para ho sila mismo ay hindi na ho na kailangan pang mag-partner. Kaya ho, from the year 2000, makita ho natin na hindi ho successful, kumbaga, ang panukala niya. Kaya 43 lang po ang nakapasok.
Salamat, kagalang-galang na sponsor. Pero bago po tayo pumalaot doon sa pag-amyenda noong taong 2000, pwede rin po ba mailatag ng kagalang-galang na sponsor bakit in 1954 ay nagpasa tayo ng batas na Retail Trade Nationalization Act? Ano po bang kadahilanan nun?
Hindi ko ho alam ang diretsong kadahilanan ho yun noong panahon. Ngunit ang masasabi ko lang siguro, between 1954, 2000 at 2020, nag-iba na po ang environment natin sa negosyo at trade ho natin. Kaya ho, kailangan natin mag-adjust. We need to adjust to the constant, everly changing environment para ho maimbitahan naman ho natin magkaroon ho ng mas maraming kompetisyon ang pumasok ko sa Pilipinas at mas maraming kompetisyon po equivalents po to more choices to the Filipino people at more choices po equivalents to lower price goods.
Salamat po. Di po ba ang kadahilanan noong in 1954 dahil nakita po ng ating mga mambabatas at ng pamahalaan na halos sa lahat ng sektor ay pinasok na rin ang mga dayuhan. No? Kaya nga in 1954, ang isang sektor na tingin nila ay dapat nasa kontrol ng mga Pilipino ay ang retail sector. No? Dahil ito naman ang ikinabubuhay ng maliliit at mas maraming mga entrepreneurs natin, no? Small and medium enterprises. Kaya inilabas natin yan noong 1954. No? Dahil nga sa katotohanan, noong panahon na yon, kahit na ang sektor ng retail ay kinokontrola na ng mga dayuhan. Ano po ba ang nagbago? Sabi niyo, between 1954 and 2000 at may nagbago na. Kaya noong year 2000, inilabas natin yung kasalukuyang batas, no? Na naging nag-amyenda sa Republic Act 1180, itong Republic Act 8762. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Ang nagbago ho, Mr. Speaker, ay nakita po nating hindi ho successful ang mga nakaraan po na batas natin. As the data can show, ang pagpasok lang po, despite of all the efforts, despite na nasabi niyo ho, from 1950s to 2000, inamendahan ho natin ito, 43 lamang na mga foreign investors ang pumasok natin. Pag ikukumpira po natin sa ating mga kapitbahay po sa Southeast Asia, nakita po natin ang growth ng investment, ang growth ng job generation na nadadala po ng sektor nito ay lumalago ho dahil sila mismo ay nag-adjust din po ng similar po na paid-up capital at similar po na mga panukala. So, iwan na po tayo kumpara po sa ating mga kapitbahay po sa Southeast Asia, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat po. So, inaamin niyo po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, no, na between 1954 to 2000, between 2000 up to now, sa katunayan ng ating ekonomiya ay binukas na natin. No? Dahil gusto nating makahikayat ng mga mamumuhunang dayuhan, ay binukas na natin ang ating ekonomiya. Katunayan, sa ating foreign investments law ay naglagay yung ating mga negative list doon na kung saan hindi pwedeng pasukin ng mga dayuhan, ay in-expand na natin. Pero sinasabi niya pa rin ngayon, hindi pa ito enough. No? Hindi ito nagdala ng ipinangakong paglago ng ating ekonomiya. Hindi nito natugunan ang ipinangakong magbigay ng employment sa milyon-milyon nating mga kababayan. Tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko? Kaya gusto nating buksan pang muli, mas lalo pa nating buksan itong naiiwang sektor na nasa kontrol ng mga Pilipino, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Well, mahirap naman pong sabihin po natin na ang mga naiiwan po na sektor dahil hindi naman po lahat po ng sektor naman ho natin ay pwedeng maging foreign ownership o hindi naman ho pwede lahat ho. Marami pa rin sa sektor natin ay naiiwan pa rin sa kamay po ng mga Pilipino at Filipino entities at Filipino companies po. Ang sinasabi lang po natin, we have to evolve in the changing environment. We have to involve in the landscape, in the global landscape ko na nagpapalit to further improve lang. Ang meaning po ng further improve natin ay magkaroon po ng mas malaki pang investment na pumasok po sa ating bansa, magkaroon po ng very smooth na trading relationship at syempre po yung job generation na inulit ko ho ay makapagdala pa ng maraming trabaho po sa sektor ng retail. Kaya ko lang po minention ng maaga po kanina ay dahil napakita na po sa ating statistics na ang wholesale at retail po na sektor ay ito po yung second biggest employer ng ating bansa, accounting po to 20% of the total employment. That's around 13.3% of the gross domestic GDP of the Philippines po.
So sila po ang second biggest employer, no? Yung wholesale and retail. Tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko?
Tama po.
At sila rin po ang may pinakamalaking ambag sa ating ekonomiya. Isa sa may pinakamalaking ambag sa ating ekonomiya. Tama rin
Hindi
po.
naman ho pinakamalaki but isa sa nagdadala po ng ekonomiya natin.
So tama po. So mainam pala na ang sektor na ito ay nasa kamay ng ating mga kababayang mga Pilipino. Ano? Dahil ito ay nagbibigay ng second in employment, malaking ambag sa ating ekonomiya. So sinasabi niyo po ngayon, buksan na natin pa lalo sa mga dayuhan. So ano mangyayari po noon? Ang makikinabang nito ay ang mga dayuhan na sa halip na ang ating mga lokal na mga entrepreneurs, no? Na siyang dapat nating binibigyan ng pangunahing pagtangkilik, no? At pagsuporta dahil sila nga ay ating mga kababayan. Along that line, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, pwede po bang mabanggit sa atin ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, ano ba ang nakasaad sa ating saligang batas? In particular, no? Doon sa Article 2, Section 19 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution.
Hindi ko po alam. Wala
For the information of the sponsor, according to Article 2, Section 19 of the 1987 Philippine Constitution, it says, the state shall develop a self-reliant and independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. So, ano po ba ang pagkakaintindi natin sa patakaran na ito or policy, no, na nilagay ng ating sovereign Filipino people sa ating 1987 Constitution? Ano po ba ang pagkakaintindi ng kagalang-galang na sponsor?
Well, sang-ayon naman po ako na ating pong kailangan pong protektahan din ang ating mga lokal na mga entrepreneurs, lokal po na maliliit na mga negosyante po, at tangkilikin po ang sariling atin ng mga produkto. Ngunit hindi rin po natin pwedeng talikuran mga kasama ang changing globalization po natin. Na kumbaga makakatulong din po ito sa pagdala ng trabaho, makakatulong rin po ito sa pagdala ng investment. At hindi lang po yun mga kasama, pwede rin po marami po tayong brands, marami po tayong new technology, new innovation na pwede pong i-adapt ng mga Philippine companies, Philippine retailers, na pwede rin po nilang makuha ho sa mga dayuhan. Ito po ay option lamang po to increase the competition. At to increase the competition, ang ibig sabihin ho doon, more choices for the Filipino people. At more choices po for the Filipino people ay mas mababang presyo po. At the end of the day po, ang mga consumer natin, ang kailangan natin bigyan ng pagkakataon na pumili kung alin po ang produkto na gusto nila. Hindi lang ho ang mga namumuno po at naglalakihang shopping mall ang nagdidikta kung ano po ang pwede nilang bilihin dahil no choice po sila. Dahil pag tiningnan po natin ang mga shopping mall ngayon, kung kayo po'y bumisita sa supermarket natin doon, karamihan naman po, mga kasama, majority ay nakita po natin ay puro imported products. Just to share po sa ating pong colleague from the Bayan Muna Party List, na nung kami po yung nag-hearing, ay naimbitahan po natin yung Philippine Retailers Association. At ang unang tanong ko sa kanila ay, is it possible that you give the committee the list of your members, no? That's the unang-una. And the people hiring you, kasi po, abogado. At makikita naman po natin, the older members are the giant shopping malls, establishments, supermarkets that are already controlling our country. That unang-una ho. Pangalawa, sinabi ko ba, ilang porsyento ba ng mga produktong inyong binebenta ng mga miyembro nyo sa shopping mall nyo o supermarket ay gawang Pilipino? Or ito pa yung nanggagaling sa sektor ng micro-entrepreneurs or Filipino product, hindi ho sila makasagot at hiningi po natin listahan, hindi rin naman ho nila binigay po. Ang nakita ko lang ho sa listahan nila ay majority po ay owned by mga matatagal ng shopping mall
natin na mayroong mandato sa ating konstitusyon, no? Na kailangan meron tayong isang pambansang ekonomiya na nagsasarili. Nakita natin sa nakaraang halos 3 dekada ng rehimen ng globalisasyon dito sa ating bansa, ay kayo na rin ang umamin kanina, hindi rin ito nadala, no? O hindi nito napatutuhanan yung pangakong magkaroon ng isang masiglang ekonomiya ang Pilipinas pag pumasok tayo sa age of, or regime of globalization, no? If we will liberalize our economy. And here we are now again, no? As a prescription to further, sabi ninyo, para umunlad talaga ang ating ekonomiya, buksan pa natin ang ating naiiwang sektor ng wholesale and retail, no? Along that line, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, I have to also remind the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker, that again, sinabi rin sa ating saligang batas, no? Congress shall enact measures that will encourage the formation and operation of enterprises whose capital is wholly owned by Filipinos. No? Kaya nga, itong sektor na ito, na dati ay 100% na kontrolado ng mga Pilipino, hinayaan natin in 2000 na susugan ito, amendahan. Pinapasok natin ang may kapital na $2.5 million on the promise that it will help generate employment, generate, it will help our economy. Pero hindi rin dumating. No? At sabi natin ngayon, pas mababaan pa natin. Paano na po ang mangyayaring sinasabi ng ating saligang batas na kailangan proteksyonan natin ang ating mga lokal na mga namumuhunan? At kailangan itong mga empresa na ito ay controlled. So, earlier, the good sponsor said that in this current proposal, we have to bring down, tinanggal na natin yung categories, no? From category A, B, C, D. At iniwan na lang natin, sabi natin dito, wala nang category. No? Hayaan na lang natin na kung meron silang $200,000 with the current exchange rate, no, of peso, so itong $200,000 is just parang equivalent to 10.5 million. No?
200,000 is roughly equivalent to 10 million peso.
Okay. So kung bababaan natin yan sa 10 million, ang kanilang, or 10.5, kahit sabihin na natin 11 million, ang kanilang puhunan na pwede na silang pumasok dito, ang tanong ko po sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, sa tingin ninyo, ang mapaaapektuhan ba nito ay itong mga lalaking malls na sinasabi ninyo kanina, or ang maaapektuhan nito ay ang mga mas maliliit pang mga negosyante na namumuhunan sa retail and wholesale? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, tama ho yung nabanggit nyo na may mga items A, B, C, D, E na atin pong tinanggal. Hindi po ito tinanggal na walang rason po. Ito po ay just to simplify po ang ating computation. So according kasi ho sa Board of Investment natin, ang sector po ng micro entrepreneurs or the micro na tinatawag natin ay nasa range po ng 3 million.
Yes.
Ang small po ay nasa range po ng 3 to 15 million.
Yes.
Ang medium po ay nasa range po ng 15 to 100 million. Ang large po is above 100 million according to the Board of Investments. Kaya po mga kasama, if kukumpira natin sa ibang kapitbahay natin, no? Meron po tayong data dito na sa ating pong mga kapitbahay, for example na lang po, to the Honorable Congressman Zarate, makikita po natin, example po ng kapitbahay natin, ay sabihin na lang po natin, ang Vietnam po, ay ito po ay binaba nila as low as $10,000 US. Sa Thailand ho is 66,300. Sa Singapore po, 36,700. So, bakit po natin ang committee po ay naisipan po na ipeg po sa $200,000 US? Simple po dahil ito po ang benchmark natin na hindi po tamaan ang ating mga micro-entrepreneurs na nabanggit nyo po, ang maliliit na negosyante. Right now, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, meron po tayong higit na 887 po na micro-entrepreneurs, composed for the 88%. Napakalaki po. Ang small po, na nabanggit po natin, ranging to 3 million to 15 million, we have a close to 108,175 establishment with that share of almost 10%. No? Ang medium naman po na nabanggit natin kanina sa Pilipinas ay meron lamang 4,895. Ang large naman po ay meron tayong 4,769. Ang panukala nito po, ang matatamaan po, hindi ho ang mga maliliit na negosyante natin. Ang matatamaan po tayo dito ay in the bracketing of the medium and large. If you total, both of them is composed of only 1% of the total establishments in the Philippines. So kaya po ginawa pineg natin ho to 200,000 o 10 million peso roughly para ho ang ating pong matatamaan or maapektuhan ay ito naman pong mga medium at large, which is around 1% lang ho ng ating total establishments. Ang ating layunin po ay maprotektahan din po ang ating mga maliliit na negosyante, mga local po na entrepreneurs at local micro and small entrepreneurs. Kaya din po, Mr. Speaker, ay nagdagdag po tayo ng provision doon na meron pa rin pong mga produkto sa loob po ng mga establishments na dapat po Filipino-made.
Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Again, yun din po ang hindi ko maintindihan. No? Kayo na rin po ang umamin na kung ibababa natin ito sa $200,000 or just the equivalent of 10,173,000 or sabihin na natin 11 million, sa nabanggit niyo po, ang matatamaan nito ay ang small and medium. No? Dahil ang small, sabi natin, ang small enterprise, ito yung namumuhunan ng nasa 3 million to 15 million. So kung 15 million ang kapital ko ngayon at may papasok na isang dayuhan na ang minimum lang ay 10 million ang kailangan, eh tatamaan yung aking negosyo. No? Tatamaan rin ang medium, no? Dahil ang medium naman ay nasa 15 million and up. No? So ang mahagip nito, effectively, if we lower the paid-up capital and gives way to foreign capital, no, which will surely encroach on our MSMEs, no, and in effect, sisirain ito ang ating local economy. Why? Dahil kanina po inamin na rin ninyo ang ating retail trade ngayon or wholesale and retail sector ngayon is the number 2 contributor in terms of employment and even sa kanyang contribution sa ating ekonomiya. Pag pinasok po natin ito, pinayagan po natin na mas babaan pa natin ang threshold para pumasok ang mga dayuhang kapital, you are destroying our medium and small and medium enterprise. Dahil ang dayuhang kapital ay magkukumpit sa kanila, papatayin sila. Ganun po ang kalakaran dyan. No? And alam naman po natin na hindi papasok ang mga dayuhang kapital dito para yung kanilang kinikita ay tuloy-tuloy nilang ibubuhos dito sa ating lokal na ekonomiya. They will expatriate their profits. No? Dalhin nila sa ibang bansa yan. Samantalang ang ating mga lokal na mga namumuhunan ay kung kikita sila, tuloy-tuloy na i-invest nila dito sa ating bansa. Kaya shouldn't we, in fact, pass a law that will further protect our local entrepreneurs rather than this kind of law that will, in fact, destroy our local economy and put our Filipino entrepreneurs out of business, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, it's hard to say na ito po ay magiging out of business dahil ho, we should look at it on a other side, on another perspective. No? There are other countries na kapitbahay ho lang natin. For example, ho, in China in 1992, marami pong they decided to open up their economy. So makita naman po natin na hindi naman po namatay ang local na mga industriya po sa China nang pumasok po ang mga dayuhan po. In fact, nag-coexist ang local at foreign entities at lumaki po ang market nila. No? For example po, bakit lalaki po ng market nila? At simply po, pag pumasok po ang more choices, pumasok po ang foreign brands, example po, lumalaki po ang buying population, lumalaki po ang mga mamimili natin. At pag lumalaki po ang mamimili, hindi naman po, it doesn't mean naman po na mamamatay kaagad ang local brands natin. Ito po ay pwedeng mag-coexist, pwede po magtulungan ng dalawa para ho palaki ng palaki ang isang retail sector at maging kilala sa isang shopping destination po. For example, tulad Singapore at tulad po ng Hong Kong, kung saan nag-coexist naman. Hindi po naman po natin sinasabi na pag kayo po ay pumunta sa Hong Kong o Singapore, foreign brands lang po yung nakikita natin. Namumuhay pa rin po ang mga local brands kasi nagko-coexist po sila at lumalaki po ang bigger picture of the pie natin.
Salamat, Mr.
So that's it, the other perspective po, Mr.
Well,
Speaker.
I respect your position on that. Pero kung alalahanin po natin, no, kung aaralin natin ang ating ekonomiya, noon at hanggang ngayon, no, magmula nung ang historical trend ng ating Philippine economy since the time probably when Marcos initiated this liberalizing our economy, no? Tuloy-tuloy na bumubulusok ang ating ekonomiya. Hindi siya talagang umaangat ng umaangat. Kahit na binuksan na natin ang mayor na bahagi ng ating ekonomiya sa mga dayuhan. Even despite the fact, no, that in the 87 Constitution ay meron tayong mga restrictions dyan, the good sponsor knows na naiikutan yan. No? That is why a lot of our investment sectors now that are supposed to be controlled by Filipinos are in fact, they are not controlled by Filipinos. No? So, ang pinapangambahan ho natin, no? Pag itutuloy natin itong ating sinasabing pag-liberalize pa ng retail trade, ay, again, no, itong sinabi natin kanina na napakalaking ambag nito sa ating ekonomiya, sa employment, ay mawawala po yun. No? Dahil alam naman po natin, ang foreign capital, no? Napakahaba po ng kanilang PC. Ano? At doon sa binanggit nating halimbawa, sa China, magkaiba po ang sitwasyon ng Pilipinas sa China. No? Alam naman natin na sa China, lahat state-owned ang mga impresa doon. No? Kung may namumuhunan mang mga dayuhan, ay hindi nila talaga fully pag-aari yung mga impresa doon dahil pag-aari ng Estado yan. Ano? At parang naging partner lang sila ng Estado doon sa mga negosyong yon. Pero dito sa Pilipinas ay magkaiba. No? Kaya nga, kung maalala siguro ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, kahit na yung ating, nung binuksan natin, nung nag-liberalize tayo, sa Marikina na lang, yung mga namumuhunan noon sa paggawa ng mga sapatos dyan, dahil sa sobrang, sabi natin, maganda ang kompetisyon, papasukin ng mga dayuhan, ano ang nangyari sa ating local industry, shoe industry? It's now dying. No? Tinutuloy-tuloy na lang ito ng mga talagang gustong ituloy, for whatever, anong mga rason, gusto nila ituloy. Pero sa kabuuan, halos wala na yung industriyang yan. At marami pang iba. No? Dahil gusto nating papasukin ang mga dayuhan. It kills our local industry. Now, dahil marami pang ibang magtatanong, I wanna go to another aspect, no, na gustong baguhin dito sa ating kasalukuyang batas. Will the good sponsor confirm, no, that the measure in consideration not only wants to lower the paid-up capital requirement, but it also wants to lower the percentage of our locally manufactured goods, no, in the stock inventory of the foreign retailers from 30% to 10%. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor and Mr. Speaker?
It's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Again, hindi ko po talaga maintindihan din. Sabi natin, hindi naman papatayin ang mga lokal na mga negosyo nito dahil magkakaroon ng kompetisyon. Pero kahit na yung safety nets, no, or safety measure na inilagay dito sa kasalukuyang batas, no, RA 8762, ay gusto rin nating walisin. Ano po ba ang kadahilanan? Bakit from 30% ay gusto nating 10% na lang ng mga manufactured goods from the Philippines ang ibebenta nitong mga namumuhunang mga dayuhang ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yung Mr. Speaker at sa ating kagagalang na kaibigan, ay ito po ay just to maintain lang po the presence of our local goods inside the stores and retailers po na bubuksan ng mga investors ho natin. We just, in case ho sa wala, we just maintained a 10% po ng goods na i-allow ho natin should be coming from the Philippines, Philippine products.
Well, kung magkaganon po, ay talagang nakikita ko rito ay tahasang pagsuko na, no, ng ating ekonomiya sa mga dayuhan. Kasi kahit na doon lang sa inventory, tokenismo na nga, token na lang yung 30% na dapat galing sa lokal na paggawa, ay gawin pa nating 10% na lang. And again, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this runs counter to the spirit, no? To the policy laid down in our Constitution. No? And I read Article 12, Section 12, it states, the state shall promote the preferential use of Filipino labor, domestic materials, and locally produced goods, and adopt measures that help make them competitive. So, kung ito po ang ating panukala, no, sa halip na tulungan ng ating mga local manufacturers, dahil 30% ang nakalagay dito sa kasalukuyang batas, mas nilagay pa natin sa mababang antas, 10%. How can our local manufacturers be competitive? Isn't this a violation of our Constitution? Because our Constitution states we have to protect our local manufacturers, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. May we get a response from the good sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
10% po na ating pong pineg ay yan po ay para to maintain ho, kaysa ho sa wala ay para lang to maintain ho the same stocks na pwede nating as support po sa ating mga local products po.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for admitting that. No? Kaysa wala. No? Talagang token. No? Talagang ang ating binibigyan na ng preference dito ay ang mga dayuhan sa halip ng ating mga lokal na mga kababayan. At yun po ay, at the very least, nakakalungkot, no, sa pinapanukalang batas na ito. Dahil sabi ko nga, nung aking panimula kanina, itong retail sector, wholesale retail sector, kahit na ho sa sinabi nyo kanina, ito ay kontrolado ng ilan lamang mga nagmamay-ari ng mga malls. But they are not the whole picture of the retail sector. Alam po natin, pag sinabi natin retail sector, may small yan, may medium, and small and medium. Ano? Dito ho sa ginagawa natin ngayon, kahit na yung mga sari-sari store, no, ay namimiligro po na wawalisin din yan. No? Alam naman natin ngayon, no? Kahit na yung mga sari-sari store, dahil ang dami ng branches, itong mga foreign convenience stores, ay halos wala na yung mga sari-sari store na yan. At alam niyo po, ang pinangangambahan ko rito, baka pati yung mga takatak boys na nagbebenta ng mga chiclet, nagbebenta ng mga pagkain dyan sa daan, ay mawawala na rin dahil kontrolado na ng mga dayuhan yung retail trade na yan. Dahil ang gusto nating paboran, yung kapital ng mga dayuhan. So yun po ang isang tingin ko napakasamang magiging dulot nitong ating panukalang batas. At bilang panghuli po, bilang ako'y naniniwala, bilang mga kinatawan ng mga mamamayang Pilipino, sa halip na ibubuyang-yang nating lalo sa mga dayuhan ang ating pambansang ekonomiya, ay siguro naman po ay nararapat lamang na tumulong tayo para maging to strengthen our local economy, no? Para magiging masigla ang ating lokal na ekonomiya, suportahan natin ang ating mga local entrepreneurs, no? In so many ways, no? Not only in access to credit, in support services, at yun po ang dapat sigurong nakikita ko, no? Ito pong with due respect, no? Itong ating panukalang batas na ito, sa halip na ito ay tutulong sa ating mga kababayan at tutulong sa ating ekonomiya, tingin ko ito ay mas lalong magpapariwara, no? Sa marami nating mga kababayan na umaasa sa sektor na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, sa inyong pagkakataong ibinigay na maglinaw ang kinatawang ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the party list Bayan Muna, the Honorable Representative Ferdinand Gaite, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Gaite of Bayan Muna Party List is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, kagalang-galang Speaker, at sa ating sponsor sa gabing ito. Pahintulutan ba ng ating sponsor na mag-clarify ng ilang mga katanungan hinggil sa pinapanukalang batas, hinggil sa amendment sa Retail Trade Liberalization Act?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po. Mahaba-haba na rin ang inabot ng pagtatalakay ng pagbabago ng ating Retail Trade Act na nabanggit na kanina noong 1950s tapos noong year 2000 ay nagkaroon ng pagbabago sa mismong paradigm kung paano ituturing ang pag-retail trade sa ating bansa. Pero pupunta na tayo dun sa Retail Trade Liberalization Act of year 2000. Nabanggit nyo po na may provision dito na naglalagay tayo ng peso equivalent of $2,500,000 bilang halaga na maaring ipasok pag-purchase ng maximum na 60% of the equity thereof sa retail trade. So meron po ngayon palang, as it is, prior to the proposal, merong $2,500 na ceiling, kumaga. Tama po ba, Mr.?
$2.5 million po ang paid-up capital prior po sa panukalan nito.
Tanong po, bakit naglagay ng ganitong halaga?
Ang sa prior po na panukala, ang
yes po,
2.5 million.
Speaker.
Wala po akong idea ho kung bakit ho. Eksakto, if you're asking about the 2.5 million.
Hindi yung halaga, kundi ano yung prinsipyo. Bakit naglagay ng cap sa maaring antas o halaga na kailangan ipasok bago pahintulutan na magnegosyo sa ating bansa?
Well, Mr. Speaker, naisip ko lang ho dyan, ay ito po ay para ho magkaroon rin ho ng limitasyon ang pagpasok po ng mga foreigners or ibang branch ho natin.
Maraming salamat po sa kasagutan. So, ang sabi niyo po, maglagay ng limitasyon. Bakit ho kaya gustong lagyan ng limitasyon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
It's a retail sector ho, ay hindi ko ho alam ang kasagutan dyan, but alam ho natin naman sa ibang sector tulad ho ng pag-aari po ng mga lupa, ay ang batas natin ay may mga limitasyon din ho. But to be specific ho on the retail sector, hindi ko ho alam back then bakit po nag-come up ng 2.5 million na figure.
Sa kasulukuyan, bagamat totoong malaking halaga ito, at doon sa pinapropose nating $200,000 ay napakalaking reduction. More than 90% ang pagkaintindi ko. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, tama ho,
Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker.
So ang tanong ko po ay ano ba yung prinsipyong gumagabay kung bakit may mataas na halaga noon at ngayon ay binababa? Ano ho ba yung pinaka-rasyonal kung bakit itinakda ito sa relatively or comparatively mas mataas noon pero ngayon binababa? Ano ho ba yung pinaka-main objective of imposing an amount which you said it's a form of limitation? Baka pwede hong ipaliwanag yung concept na yun.
Well, ang rational ho dyan ay ang katotohanan hong nangyayari ngayon sa mga different establishments natin o shopping mall or supermarkets po. Nakikita ho natin naman na ngayon po ay kung kayo po'y umikot sa mga lugar na akin pong na-mention, ay higit na 60% or 70% po ng mga goods na nakikita natin are foreign brands. Iilan na lang naman po ang mga local brands dito. Kaya ho, nung na-mention ko a while ago, I mentioned that we've invited the Philippine Retailers Association at nakita ho namin doon na sila mismo ay hindi ho makapagbigay ng listahan kung ilan sa mga miyembro nila ay nagbebenta po or ilang porsyento po ang binebenta nilang mga Filipino goods to support the local industry. So nakikita ho natin na ito po yung nangyayari na rin ho sa present na sitwasyon natin na napakarami na pong foreign brands ang nakikita nating binebenta at in partnership with the big shopping malls. But to answer po, ang rationale natin ay siyempre po maimbitahan po ang ating mga foreign investors para ho dumagdag ang investments dito sa ating bansa, dumagdag po ang trabaho na maidadala po ng retail sector at ang mag-exchange po ng ating mga technology at knowledge when it comes to different issues or knowledge po, pertaining to the retail sector.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Pero hindi ho ba kaya naglagay ng restriction o halaga para isinama sa batas para protektahan at magsilbing safety net para sa ating lokal na industriya, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker? Nung nilagay yung $2.5 million noong year 2000, hindi ho ba ang layunin nun ay para protektahan ang ating small or micro or even large?
Protection ho, para maprotektahan ang local industry. But ang nangyari po dito, ang 2.5 million po, we're not able to protect. Yung net effect po ay hindi naman ho ganong naramdaman. Ika nga only 43 foreign retail investors ang pumasok ko, which is roughly just 0.6% po.
Salamat po doon sa kasagutan. Pero kung kayo'y sumasang-ayon na ito'y dapat safety net, hindi ho ba pag binaba natin ng $200,000, parang tinanggalin na rin natin yung safety net, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, tayo pa isang ayon na dapat po may safety nets at suportahan natin ang ating mga lokal na industriya. Kaya po nag-iwan tayo ng 10% po na stocks that are local products to be sold inside the retail outlets. Ngunit ang ating pong panukala ay ito po ang tinatarget na rin naman ho is only the 1%, which is the medium and large category. At mapoprotektahan pa rin natin, hindi naman ho natin binabayan ng 60,000 tulad po ng Vietnam, no? Is the mere reason na nakikita natin na kailangan natin protektahan ang ating micro-entrepreneurs. So ito pong panukala natin ay imbis po ang mga foreign investors natin ay kailangan pang mag-partner o mag-joint venture sa mga namumuno o ng mga may-ari ng malalaking shopping mall, sila po ay hinihikayat natin na makapagtayo ng sarili nilang mga establishments. Basta ho, makakatulong ito sa investments na dadalhin sa atin at trabaho na dadalhin para sa ating bansa. Hindi na nila kailangan pang kumausap o kumausap sa distributor or exclusive distributor na alam naman po natin iilan lang po ang mga may-ari ng mga big shopping malls dito. ito po ay para lang hong bigyan sila ng pagkakataon na makapasok ho dito at to add more choices to the Filipino people at lesser price.
Salamat po sa inyong kasagutan. Ngunit hindi pa rin makita ng kinatawang ito na itong binabanggit na pagbaba sa $200,000 yung binabanggit na local content na 10% ay sufisyenteng safety net. As a matter of fact, mas naniniwala ang kinatawang ito na mas marami sa ating mga small and medium-scale and retail enterprises ang maapektuhan dahil yung sinasabing safety net ay effectively tinanggal na natin. At ito sana yung sinasabi na isang paraan para sinasabing protektahan yung ating lokal na mga retailers. Naniniwala ang kinatawang ito na bunga na nga itong liberalization offensive na naganap since the 1990s. Ito yung isa sa mga isinulong na paraan para daw sa argumentong bilang panagot sa inefficiencies ng ating current retail trade, yung sinasabing oligarchs na monopolize ng retail trade. Ito yung paraan para daw lalong maibukas ang ating ekonomiya. Pero ang pinangangamba ng kinatawang ito, maaring buwagin mo yung mga oligarchs to be replaced by other oligarchs from other countries. Because as we all know, meron rin naman na mga malalaking mga retail companies, foreign retail companies, who are dominating the retail trade practically worldwide. Kaya po, yung binabanggit na term na ginamit ng unang interpellator, yung tokenism, very apparent dito sa pinopropose na amendment sa retail trade. Pero bago po ako magtapos, focus rin ako dito sa effect naman sa ating mga manggagawa. Aware po ba ang ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, dun sa kamakailang mga kumpanya, mga dayuhang kumpanya, na kamakailan lamang, bunga na nga rin ng ating pagbubukas ng ating ekonomiya sa paghihikayat sa foreign direct investments, sa pagpasok ng mga iba't ibang kumpanya, gamiting central hub ang Pilipinas at binigyan natin na napakaraming incentives mula sa mga tax holidays, mas mababang bayarin sa corporate income tax at iba pa. Alam ba ng ating Mr. Speaker, ng ating sponsor, yung naganap dito sa Honda na at least 387 workers ang matatanggal dahil practically nag-alsabalutan at nagpasya sila na itigil ng kanilang operasyon sa Pilipinas dahil hindi sa nalulugi sila based on the hearings we conducted the other day, but their profit margins have decreased. But they were in the black, not in the red. Kung alam rin ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor, Mr. Speaker, yung balak na pagsasara ng Nokia Technology Center na may more than, by the way, dito sa Nokia, marami pang ibang manggagawa ang apektado dahil doon sa supply chain ng Honda, mahigit 1,200 employees are also threatened to have their jobs lost because of the closure of the manufacturing division of Honda. Yung nabanggit sa Nokia ay ganun din. Mahigit 700 empleyado ang matatanggal. Gayun din sa, bagamat hindi pa ito may naipapatupad, they have already announced that by September 30, 2020, ay yung kanilang technology center will be closing shop. Gayun din sa closure ng isang banking and finance BPO back office business processing outsource company, yung Wells Fargo. Na gayon din, 700 mga manggagawa ang balak tanggalin sa trabaho. Ito po yung mga foreign companies na pumasok sa ating bansa na hinikayat ng ating bansa, bunga ng layunin na mag-invest sa Pilipinas, lumikha ng trabaho, lumikha ng tubo, hindi lamang para sa mga dayuhan, para rin sa mga Pilipino, pero ngayon, sila ay nag-aalisan. Ang isang pangamba ng kinatawang ito, na kapag pumasok na naman itong mga dayong kumpanya, na wala namang loyalty sa ating sariling ekonomiya, na kapag lumiliit ang kanilang mga profit margins, hindi nalulugi, lumiliit ang profit margins, ay mag-aal sa balutan tulad ng ginagawa ngayon. At ang masakit, sino ang maiiwang hahagupitin ng ganitong mga pagpapasya? Yung mga magagawang Pilipino na nawalan ng trabaho. Ano ho ba ang tingin ng ating Mr. Sponsor sa itong ganitong kalagayan na habang naghihikayat tayo ng mga dayong kapital na pumasok sa ating bansa, marami naman nagsisilisan. As a matter of fact, yung foreign direct investments of our country since 2016, bagamat totoong tumaas noong 2017, almost umabot ng 2 billion ang pumasok bilang new investments. Gayon din noong 2018. Pero ngayong 2019, kung ano yung halaga ng foreign direct investments noong 2016, which was about 600 million US dollars, ngayon nasa same level na. So, ano ho yung nakikita ng ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, sa ganitong phenomena na merong nag-aalisan at ang naiiwan ay yung mga manggagawang walang trabaho, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, siguro pag-aralan din po natin muna ang mga sektor po na inyong nabanggit. Number one, ang nabanggit niyo yata ay nasa manufacturing sector. Number two ay nasa service sector, yung BPO natin tulad ng Wells Fargo. Kaya ho, alam na po natin ang sitwasyon natin na ganito po ang pangyayari sa ibang sektor. At alam rin po natin katotohanan na may kakulangan pa ng trabaho sa ating bansa. Alam rin natin katotohanan na because of the COVID-19 virus ay malaking epekto nito sa ating trade at ekonomiya. Kaya po lalo pa natin ho dapat pagbigyan po ng pagkakataon na ang ating retail sector ay palakasin pa natin. Gaya na nabanggit ko, presently ang retail sector natin ay the second biggest employer already. So if we further improve that, pag meron pa tayong buksan na marami pong mga establishmento at retail outlets, ito po ang magbibigay po sa mga ng additional na mga trabaho at additional na investment sa mga to compensate po na nabanggit nyo, tulad na nabanggit nyo po sa manufacturing at service industry. Tingnan lang po natin ang nangyari po sa Hong Kong at Singapore po. Ito po mga kasama ay naging main tourism hub, not only because of the beauty of their country, because of the strong retail sector that they have. Marami po sa mga Pilipino ay lumilipad ho doon, pumupunta doon, dahil po ito po ay naging strong tourism destination because of the foreign brands and because of the choices inside the country na naging shopping destination to. At nakadagdag po sa tourism, nakadagdag po sa job generation, at nakadagdag rin po sa investments natin.
Salamat po, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pero gusto ko lang i-point out, no? Wala pa ho yung COVID 2019 ay pababa na po as early as early part of 2019 ay pabulusok na ang ating foreign direct investments. Wala pa, hindi pa ho tumatama yung COVID.
Yes, the more po na parating na po itong problema, kaya ho, mas dapat pa nating maghanap po ng mga sektor po na pwede nating palakasin pa.
Sang-ayon po
ng
ako sa
ating
konsepto,
retail
Mr.
sector.
Sponsor, na palakasin ang ating retail. Pero hindi sa pamamagitan ng kailangan pang makikayat ng dayong kapital. Kayang buuin ito sa pamamagitan ng ating sariling lakas, ng ating lakas na kapital para tulungan yung industriya ng retail. Panghuli na lang, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, tinuturing, nabanggit nyo, totoo naman po, na ang empleyo sa services sa kasalukuyan ang pinakamalaki ng contributor sa ating ekonomiya. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Retail po yung sinabi ko. Ano po?
Sorry, yung retail.
Retail
so,
sector.
pinakamalaki ng
isa ho
kasama sa services.
Isa po sa pinamalaki ang wholesale at retail sector natin. sa nagdadala po ng trabaho sa ating bansa.
Sa paniniwala ba ng ating kasamahan proponent, ito ho ba'y masasabi nating high value added na work? O doon sa agrikultura at sa manufaktura, Your Honors, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, mahirap po masabi kung high value o hindi. Ang importante po ay nakakapagbigay po tayo ng trabaho sa ating mga kababayan. Nasabi nyo na ho na ang service industry bumabagsak. Nasabi nyo na rin ho ang manufacturing industry ay bumabagsak. So, maybe this is the chance na makatulong po sa ating bansa by improving our wholesale and retail sector. Palakihin ho natin ang sektor nito dahil hindi lang po sa sales lady ang nagbabantay ho ng mga tindahan ang makikinabang dito, kundi po yung mga other parallel na negosyo po tulad ng marketing, tulad ng logistics na nagde-deliver po ng goods, tulad po ng mga maintenance and manpower agency. Across the board po, ang retail sector, napakalaki ho yan. Napakaraming tao ang pwede hong makahanap ng trabaho sa pamamagitan po ng pagpasok po ng ating mga foreign investors. At ang mas importante po, mga kasama, ay buksan natin ang Pilipinas sa more competition. Para ho ang ating mga consumer has more choices, and more choices, it means lower prices po. Magiging competitive lang po ang ating retail sector.
Maraming salamat po. Natanong ko ito kasi kahit sa Sustainable Development Goals ng Pilipinas, sa goal number 8, ang isang hindi lang po simpleng paglikha ng trabaho, kung hindi paglikha ng trabaho na disente at nakakatulong sa ating ekonomiya. Ang sabi sa Sustainable Development Goals ng Pilipinas, number 8.2, achieve higher levels of economic productivity through diversification, technological upgrading, innovation, etc., and a focus on high value-added and labor-intensive sectors. Ang sabi ko dito, kailangan po disente. Trabaho masasabi natin, nagdadagdag ng halaga sa ating ekonomiya. Sapagkat tulad sa manufaktura, tulad sa agrikultura, ito'y lumilikha hindi lamang ng produkto, kundi lumilikha pa ng ibang trabaho. Ito'y lumilikha ng dagdag na halaga para sa ating ekonomiya, para sa ating pagkain, sa ating industriya at iba pa. Kung sa retail lamang o sa services, hindi natin masasabing buong buo na ito ay high value added jobs o labor. Kaya't naniniwala pa rin na hindi necessarily ito yung dapat direksyon na pinapasok natin. Tama po yung binanggit nyo, dapat tulungan natin ito. Pero talagang yung iba pang larangan ng ating ekonomiya, tulad ng agrikultura, manufaktura, ito yung dapat bigyan ng mas malaking halaga na suporta.
Well,
Panghuli po, naniniwala rin po na itong pagsulong ng pagbukas ng ating ekonomiya sa retail trade, sa dayuhan, dati nabasa ko noong dinideliberate ito noong year 2000. Ang argument ay pasay na raw ngayon ang protectionism, na ang bagong new kid on the block ay si globalization, si liberalization, si deregulation. Pero 20, 30 years after that event, baliktad na. Balita natin ngayon yung Brexit, wherein Britain decided to opt out of the European Union. We hear the president, no less than the US President Trump, stating that we should protect our own, we should buy our own, we should develop our own industries, our local economy. Hindi na ngayon ang usong termino ay liberalization, kundi balik na sa protection, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors.
Mr. Speaker, sagutin ko muna po yung una pong sinabi nyo. Ang definition po ng disente ay mahirap pong masabi yan at iba-iba po ang definition ng disente. Para po sa akin, ang retail sector ay mas disente pa Dahil maging ikaw man ay manager na nagbabantay po ng retail outlet na napakalaki, na branded po, na nasa aircon ka buong araw, ay ito po ay nagdadagdag ng dignidad para sa atin po. Kumpara ho siguro sa ating mga kababayan na OFW yung naghihirap po sa Middle East na maglinis po ng toilet at maging housekeeper po sa bahay. No? Kumpara po sa agriculture, I think po napaka-decente na rin po ang makapasok po sa ating retail industry. Kung ikaw po ay paid well, meron kang tulad po ng mga rights po na binibigay natin sa manggagawa sa loob po ng mga malls, sa loob po ng mga ating retail outlets. Ito naman po ay hindi naman ho mababang trabaho. At like I mentioned to you kanina po, yung retail ay ang dami pong industry na nakakabit ho dyan. Ang advertising, ang marketing, those are, I think, very decent industry that are connected to the retail industry. The transport and logistics, no, the manpower, etc. Those are mga dagdag na industriyang pag napalago natin ay lalakas. At even po tourism, ang maging Singapore po, makita nyo naman po ang mga industriya natin doon at mga tindahan ho natin, ay ito naman po ay tingin ko ho ay decente po na mga trabaho ho na pwede nating ibigay po sa ating mga kababayan. Ang importante po ay ang trabaho na maidadala po sa ating bansa, makakatulong ho ito, gaya ng sinabi niyo, at the times na kailangan na natin ng additional jobs dahil nagsasara po ang service industry, manufacturing industry, or magkaroon po ng COVID-19 na virus, ito po ay nakita na natin may potential kasi number 2 na po ito na employment generating sa ating bansa at pagbagbigyan po natin ng pagkakataon, malay natin ay lumaki pa ho ito at lumikha po ng mas maraming investment at lumikha ho ng mas maraming trabaho para sa ating kababayan.
Maraming salamat sa paglilinaw. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaisa tayo sa pananaw na kailangan tulungan natin yung ating ekonomiya para sa kapakanan ng ating mga mamamayan, ng ating mga manggagawa. Ngunit yung proposal na ibukas ang ating ekonomiya sa dayong retailers ay does not bode well for our small and medium scale enterprises. Hindi nito matutugunan yung hindi masasagot yung suliranin na kapag nagkakaroon ng mga downtrend sa ating ekonomiya, yung mga global financial crisis tulad ng tumama noong 2008 at ngayon ay nagbabanta muli naman ng balik. Walang assurance ng mga investments na mga nabanggit na mga dayuhang kumpanya ay manatili at magiging kapaki-pakinabang sa ating mga mamamayang Pilipino. Kung kaya't dito sa usapin ng amendments sa Retail Trade Act, hindi kumbinsido na ito ay napapanahon para sa ating bayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we suspend session?
Session suspended. Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the Honorable Representative Garin for a sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Garin is recognized for her interpellation. The Honorable Garin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually a interpellation, not a sponsorship speech. Thank you. Mr. Sponsor, currently in Southeast Asia, Thailand, on retail and foreign retail sector investment, Thailand has $3.2 billion. Malaysia has $2.5 billion. Indonesia is $2 billion. Vietnam received $2 billion as well on the retail sector investment. Singapore even more at $8 billion. Now the Philippines has received $101 million on foreign retail sector investment. How come we are way lower than the rest of the Southeast Asia, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, and to the Honorable Garin, one of the reasons for this is actually the barriers to entry that we have on foreign investors. There are a couple of things that is not investor friendly. That is why a lot of the investors are hesitant to come into our country. They'd rather invest in Hong Kong, they'd rather invest in Thailand and the countries that you mentioned, especially in China. It's because of the barriers to entry of our laws, which we need to improve. Just to share with you as well, Mr. Speaker, and to the Honorable Garin, in 2017, the ASEAN region received the largest FDI inflows amounting to 38.9 billion for the wholesale and retail sector. This represented a growth of 75% from the $22 billion in 2016. However, during this period, the Philippines only received a mere 83.1 million or 0.2% of the total FDI, foreign direct investment, to the ASEAN for the wholesale and retail sector. So this means that there's something wrong already with our laws that we need to improve on.
Mr. Speaker, would what laws or what amendments in the retail trade would attract foreign investors on the retail trade sector, and likely should we attract more, then we will have more jobs in the Philippines, increase our economic growth as well. But what exactly is the proponent amending so that we could have more foreign direct investment on retail trade?
Well, in honestly speaking, the direction of the Philippines is already there. As I mentioned to you, this sector has been very strong for a couple of years already, and it's generating a lot of jobs. But we know that we still have a big potential ahead of us. The Philippines has a big potential when it comes to being a tourism destination, when it comes to being a strong retail and wholesale capital or a retail area, city or country in Southeast Asia. So one of the amendments that we saw that we need further improve is the paid-up capital. Ito po ang unang napapansin po ng ating foreign retailers, napakataas po ng ating paid-up capital, kaya they'd rather go to distributors or they'd rather just leave it to the big mall owners for their goods to be distributed in the Philippines. And marami ho sa mga medium and small foreign brands, takot na pong pumasok dito dahil po sa ating paid-up capital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But do we have any projections? Should we adjust the paid-up capital, and how much is the influx that we expect, or the increase in the number of jobs, the increase in investments that we expect if the paid-up capital is adjusted as proposed by this bill?
Well, I do not have right now the exact data of it, but we see that if we compare it to the Southeast Asian neighbors, nakita ho natin naman na ang laki po ng improvement nila, especially China, especially Vietnam. These are the countries who were closed before and opened up. So we can see already that it's being maximized right now in the present situation because of improving their laws and lowering the paid-up capital.
Mr. Speaker, this representation has observed that the current Congress has been active in liberalizing not only on the part of the retail trade, but also on foreign investments. Hence, for the proposed amendment on the Foreign Investment Act, as well as Public Service Act, which will liberalize our economy, as well as the improvements or the amendments on the tax regimes. We have several packages that we are passing now. In this, I fully support the passage of this proposed bill on the liberalization or the amendment to the Retail Trade Act, because this will be in consonance to the rest of the bills that the Congress is currently tackling. So I am in full support of this bill, and hopefully it will, as I think NEDA and all our economic team in the administration expects, that this will improve the on employment, on investments, as well. It will help our different sectors, especially because of the influx of foreign direct investment. So, Mr. Speaker, I manifest my full support for this bill, and hopefully that I encourage all my colleagues and members of this House to hopefully support as well, together with Congressman Gatchalian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we move that we recognize Congresswoman Arlene Brosas for her interpellation.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions?
It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, liberalization has been the oft-repeated buzzword in this chamber to argue for supposed better services, lower prices, and increased job generation. This is the same argument being used to push the amendments to the Public Service Act that would allow full foreign ownership of key public services, including telecommunications, transport sectors. Para bang liberalisasyon ang sasagot sa mga pang-ekonomiyang suliranin ng ating bayan. Ngayon, nakasalang na naman itong neoliberal na patakaran na naglalayong itodong liberalisasyon ng retail trade sector ng ating bansa. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, pag i-visualize po natin yung pasok ng mga imported goods dito sa ating bansa, hindi ba marami na yung pumapasok na imported goods sa atin? Hindi pa natin pinag-uusapan yung smuggled goods that make their way through our markets and to online stores and informal retail arrangements. Ibig sabihin, binabaha na tayo ng mga imported na produkto, pero gusto pa nating magpapasok ng mas maraming foreign retail investors dito sa ating bansa para ibagsak yung sobra-sobrang produkto. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, regarding competition, as what the good sponsor has argued to push for the measure, hindi ba under intense competition na ang local retailers vis-a-vis sa online retailing business and services offering foreign goods? Hindi pa ba ito sapat?
Well, Mr. Speaker, mahirap naman ho masabi kung ano po ang sapat. Mahirap ho masabi naman na binabaha na tayo ng imported goods. Dahil mga kasama, tanungin ho natin, sino ba ang may-ari ng mga imported goods nito na dinidistribute po sa shopping mall? Sino ba ang mga exclusive distributors? Sino ba ang mga shopping malls or venue or avenues kung saan dinidistribute itong mga items ito? Mga kasama, ang kasagutan ho dyan, iilamang lamang ng mga oligarchs po ang mga may-ari po ng mga shopping malls at supermarket, at sila po ang nagkakartel ng mga brands nito, no? Ano pong ibig sabihin yun? Ibig sabihin po, sila po ang nagdidikta sa mga consumer natin kung ano ang pwede at hindi mo pwedeng bilihin. No? At sila rin ang didikta sa presyo na ganito na lang po ang presyo natin. Ang panukala po natin ng House Bill 59 ay nagbibigyan lang po ng pagkakataon sa mga foreign brands po na pumasok dito without being beholden to the oligarchs. Bigyan lang po natin sila ng pagkakataon na to set up shop para ho sila mismo ay makapag-deliver ng mga quality goods sa mga Filipino consumers natin. At like na nasabi ko ho kanina, more competition po ang habol natin. Hindi pa ho, kung tinatanong niyo ho kung grabe na ba ho ang competition sa sitwasyon natin, hindi pa ho. Dahil more competition po, ibig sabihin lower prices for our Filipino consumers. Makakatulong ho ito sa maraming mga kababayan natin kung saan po nakikita na natin nagtataasan po, inflation na po ang mga presyo po ng ating mga pamilihin.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, sinasabi niyo po sa proposal to further liberalize the retail sector will break the monopoly of large Filipino enterprises like SM and Robinsons. Pero tingin po ng kinatawan na ito, it will hardly be affected by the proposal. Dahil in competition na nga rin sila with foreign retailers online and offline. So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, full-scale entry of foreign MSMEs, di ba? In direct competition with our local MSMEs. Gaano po tayo nakakasigurado na yung can our MSMEs really compete head-on with these foreign retailers given the highly disadvantaged position of our local businesses? Paano tayo nakakasiguro, no, na makakakompete nga yung mga local MSMEs natin dito sa mga foreign retailers na ito?
Well, to the Honorable Brosas at Mr. Speaker, kaya ho mga kasama, ito po ay tina-target po natin yung capital, paid-up capital na $200,000 or 10 million peso ay dahil po ang target po natin ay ang tinatawag natin medium at large industries wherein this is only around 1% of the total establishments. Sa kasalukuyan po, ang medium natin ay nasa 4,800, ang large natin nasa 4,700. So that's roughly around 10,000 medium and large scale establishments. Hindi naman po to direktong makaapekto sa ating maliliit o micro na establishment. Ang micro ho natin ay meron tayong 887,000 composed of 88% of our total establishments. Dahil po ang ating mga sari-sari store, ang ating pong mga mom and pops, family-owned establishments ay wala naman pong, di naman ho sila rin require ng paid-up capital po ng 10 million above ho. So, ang ating pong layunin, mga kasama, ay ang matatamaan po dito, ang sinasabi ko ho, ay ang mga mostly medium and large establishments natin at stores or establishments, outlets.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kaya ko po tinatanong to, kalakhan po sa mga MSME retail sector natin, nakakonsentra yung mga kababaihan eh. Mostly, lalo na po yung mga maliliit na grocery stores, sari-sari stores, marami po dyan, mga nagtatrabaho kababaihan. So, apektado po sa mga ganitong usapin. Sa current po natin na batas, in our current law, pwedeng ma-exploit pa rin by foreign retailers to circumvent the 2.5 million requirement since the definition of luxury goods in category D of the law is defined loosely by the Board of Investments. Ibig sabihin, nakakaikot nga minsan eh. Using this route, a foreign investor needs only 250,000 capital to operate in the Philippines. So, ito pong pagpapababa ninyo ng 200,000 pa, no? Scrap, tama po ba? Scrap din yung minimum investment requirement of 830,000 per retail store. Sinasabi niyo po na, tama po ba? 830,000 per retail store.
Well, sinimplify na lang po natin, noon po may kategorya yan, A, B, C, D, E. Ngayon po, sinimplify ho natin to basta ho may paid up capital of $200 plus 10% of your goods should be local products.
So, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, ano-ano pong mga foreign retail businesses ba ang gusto nating papasukin sa mababang pamantayan para makapagnegosyo dito? Na ano po yan, no? Na nagre-require ng lowering ng capital requirements? Kasi sabi nyo, hindi maapektuhan yung mga sari-sari stores o grocery stores.
Ito po mga kasama, example ay ang mga dinidistribute na ngayon ng mga iilang mga shopping malls. Kung kayo ay pumunta sa SM, pumunta sa Rustans, pumunta po sa Pure Gold, ang katotohanan po, nangyayari na naman ho ito eh. Kayo po ay pumasok po sa Rustans, kayo po ay pumasok sa mga sikat po na department store ngayon, ay makikita naman po natin, 70% of the products are foreign brands. At minsan nga, hindi ho ako nakakakita ng local brands ho doon, no? So ito po ay hindi naman po pag-aari ng kumpanya na brand na yon. Ito po ay pag-aari ng mga official exclusive distributor na mga namumuno at naglalakihan ho at nagpapatakbo ko ng ilang mga retail outlets at malls natin for the longest time. Kaya po ang sinasabi lang ho natin dito, healthy competition. Because healthy competition is much better para ho sa ating mga consumers. At healthy competition equals to more choices equals to lower prices.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kaugnay po dito sa consignment na sinasabi, dahil monopolyo ng SM, at saka ng Robinson, sinasabi nyo, iba-iba. Kaugnay dito sa monopolyo ng malalaking mall sa bansa, has the good sponsor looked into the practice of consignment by SM and other shopping malls? Hindi ba't kahit papasukin yung mas maraming foreign retailers pero nananatili yung consignment nila, kaya pa rin nilang panatilihin yung dominant position nila?
Well, gaya ng sinabi niyo ho, kung gusto naman pong i-circumvent at hanapin ng lusot, malulusot. Pero ang importante po, ma-position natin ang Philippines as a tourism and shopping capital, tulad lang po ng mga successful stories ng ating mga kapitbahay tulad po ng Singapore and Hong Kong. Ito naman po sa Singapore and Hong Kong, kahit pumunta kayo, meron mga local brands pa rin. Nakikita natin na namumuhay pa rin ang local brands doon, hindi naman ho sila namamatay despite of the presence of foreign brands. Lumalaki pa ho ang market, lumalago ho pa ang namimili, at lumalaki po ho ang spending income ng mga naninirahan doon sa lugar na yon.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, saan po natin nakikita na magtatayo ng retail stores ang mga dayuhang negosyanteng ito? Considering na ang Metro Manila ay already congested, hindi ba't nangangahulugan ito ng pagtatayo na agresibong land grabbing or urban at land grabbing sa urban at dislokasyon ng mga komunidad? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor? Kung hindi sila magko-consign, magtatayo sila. Kung magtatayo sila, saan natin nakikita yon? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Rosas, ito po ay mostly naman sa nakikita ho natin ay papasok rin po sa loob ng shopping malls. Hindi naman po natin nakikita ho na kailangan nila mag-land grab ng sobrang laking lupain o hektaryang lupain para ho magkaroon ng retail outlet. Most probably, no, well, I may be wrong dito ho, no? Hindi natin alam anong direksyon ng mga foreign investor eh. Ang importante ho, papasok sila, for example, sa shopping mall, papasok sila sa maybe magtayo ho ng sariling department store ho nila at dito ho nila ibebenta ang produkto nila.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, on another subject po, will these foreign retail businesses be allowed to bring their workers with them? Kasi we've seen this in the case of Pogo, how the Duterte administration has in fact been granting provisional and other types of work permits to thousands of Chinese coming to the country. Kaya ko po tinatanong, sagutin na lang, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Opo. Pagbabalikan po natin yung FIA natin, yung Foreign Investment Act natin, sila po ay kailanganin po mag-hire po ng minimum po na 15 na empleyado po na Pilipino. Pero hindi ko naman po nakikita na magkakaroon ng oversupply ng mga dayuhan dito dahil pag ikaw po ay nasa consumer industry, kung kaharap mo ang Pilipinong mamimili, kailangan po marunong ka magpaliwanag ng goods mo. So it's obvious already na mag-hire sila ng Filipina sales lady. Mag-hire po sila ng Filipino na driver para i-deliver yung goods nila. Na mag-hire sila ng Filipino na security guard para magbantay po ng tindahan nila, for example po. So hindi ho natin nakikita naman na malaking bulto ng mga foreigners ang pupunta natin. Iba ho ito sa Pogo. Ang Pogo ho, yan po ay full operation po, ay dayuhan. Ito po, kaharap mo ang mga Filipino buyers, siyempre ho, mas karapat dapat na Pilipino rin po na sales lady ang nagpapaliwanag sa produktong kanilang binibenta.
Now, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, assuming that foreign retail investors would indeed be enticed by the simplified requirements, won't these foreign retailers cause the labor market distortions in existing retail businesses and restructuring among MSMEs? Hindi ba tanggalan ang maaaring idulot nito, lalo na sa maliliit na negosyo, na tatalunin sa kompetisyon? Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, baliktad pa nga ho Dadagdag pa ho ito at lilikha pa ho ito ng trabaho. Dahil po, pag ikaw ay naging isang tourism destination na ating pong ginagawa ngayon ng ating Department of Tourism to promote the Philippines, kasama na po dito ang mga dayuhan, ang foreign visitors natin ay pupunta ho dito para mag-shopping, pupunta ho dito para mamili. At ito po ay additional trabaho ho, additional shopping mall, additional department stores, kung gusto nating madirect ang Philippines to be a major tourism destination tulad lumang po ng Singapore at Hong Kong. So hindi ho tayo nanganganib na makikiagaw ito sa trabaho ng mga Pilipino kung hindi po naniniwala po ako na ito po'y dadagdag pa nga ng trabaho para sa ating mga kababayan.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, nais ko pong sagutin ng ating sponsor yung tanong. Kapag nalugi, natalo sa negosyo dahil sa kompetisyon ang mga maliliit na negosyo, magkakatanggalan. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, hindi ko naman mapoproject o masasabi kung ang isang negosyo ay lalakas o malulugi. Mahirap naman pong masabi ho yan. Ang atin lang po ay bigyan natin ng tsansa o oportunidad ang wholesale and retail sector. Dahil ito po ay nakikita na natin, number 2 na po na biggest employer, andyan na po tayo. And I perceive and I foresee na kaya pa nating lakihan po ito para ho ang ating mga kababayan ay hindi na po kailangan magtrabaho. Alam niyo po, pag pumunta ho kayo sa Dubai, sa shopping mall, lahat po doon mga Pilipina rin ang nagbebenta. Mga Pilipina rin ang sales lady, Pilipino din ang driver na nagde-deliver ng goods. Bakit hindi natin dito buksan ang mga establishmento na yon sa Pilipinas para dito na ho sila magtrabaho? Ang maganda po sa Pilipino po, sa ating mga kababayan, ay magaling ho sila sa English, kaya po sila hinahanap-hanap doon sa Dubai o Middle East. Bakit ho hindi nila dito ma-harness ang mga skills at talento po ng ating kababayan?
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, tinanong ko po kanina pag nagkalugi nga yung negosyo, mawawala ng trabaho. Tama po, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor. We cannot just say that our local entrepreneurs can bear and survive the competition kung wala tayong projection, wala tayong data. Diba, Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor? Kaya, in fact, sa ibang mga bansa po, the Philippines would run counter to the trend among ASEAN markets wherein certain levels of protection are being legislated for their respective MSMEs. Yung Indonesia and Malaysia are examples of countries which push stronger measures to regulate foreign ownership in the retail sector. Pinoprotektahan po nila ang retail sector nila. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Opo, pero ito rin po ang mga bansa ho na ang kanilang paid-up capital ay mas mababa pa rin ho sa 200,000. Ang Indonesia po ay 177,000 lang po ang kanilang paid-up capital at Thailand yata po yung sinabi nyo, ay kasalukuyan po $66,300 po. Ano hong ibig sabihin nito? Ibig sabihin po ito, sila po, they have a growing wholesale and retail market. Binuksan po nila ito, kaya ho lumago ang kanilang retail sector, kaya ho sila naging major tourism destination in Southeast Asia. Kaya ho, yung sinabi nyo pong success nila, ay siguro po mako-connect po natin dahil po sa kadahilanan nito.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor, the argument on lower prices and supposed better job generation through the influx of more foreign retailers simply do not stand. Maraming salik na nagiging sanhi ng kawalan ng trabaho. Halimbawa, ang isa sa mga pangunahing dahilan ay ang palagiang pagsandig sa dayuhang kapital. We have seen this in the case of Honda, Wells Fargo, Nokia, other foreign companies who are forced to cut jobs in the Philippines due to practical business considerations. When will we Filipinos break away from the mercy of foreign capital? When will we prioritize strengthening our local capacity to move up the value chains and support local businesses? Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the Retail Trade Liberalization Act sadly makes these dreams more difficult to attain, especially for our small entrepreneurs who are mostly women. Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpolate is the Honorable Minority Leader, Benvenido Abante. May I move that he be recognized?
The Honorable Minority Leader, Benvenido Abante, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader, would the sponsor of the bill allow me to ask some pertinent questions?
I gladly accept, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, alam nyo, doon po sa Republic Act 8762 na kung saan po ay papalitan ng House Bill 59, meron po doong categories, di ba? 4 na categories. Ang una, paid up capital of $2,500,000 and below for Filipinos only, no? Ang pangalawa, more than $2,500,000 but not more than $7,500,000 60% foreign owned. Ang pangatlo is $7,500,000 and above, 100% foreign owned. Ang pangapat, high-end products, $2,500,000 per store, 100% foreign owned. Dito po sa House Bill 59, tatanggalin na po natin yung 4 na categories na yan. At papalitan natin ng isa na lang na minimum paid up capital of $200,000, 100% foreign owned. Hindi po ba?
Opo, sinimplify na po natin, Mr. Speaker, to $200,000.
100% foreign owned.
Opo.
Oh. Yun po ba isang simplification lang po ba yan o may mga maapektahan po dyan ng mga Filipino-owned na retailers po natin?
Well, Mr. Speaker, sa amin pong pag-aaral, di po ito makaka-apekto po sa ating mga micro-entrepreneurs tulad lang po ng mga sari-sari store, tulad lang po ng family-owned na mga tindahan po. Ito po ay merely inviting our investors to bring in more competition in the Philippines and to give more choices to the consumer. So basically po, ang medium at large enterprises natin ay roughly 1% lang of the share of the total establishment. So most probably po, ang projection ho namin, ito po ang matatamaan po na mga sektor, yung medium and large sectors.
Okay. No, the Section 2 Republic Act number 8762 o yung tinatawag nating Retail Trade Liberalization Act of 2000 already provided that the objective is to encourage Filipino and competitive retail trade sector in the interest of empowering the Filipino consumers through lower prices, higher quality goods, better services, and wider choices. But the original provision requires a much higher amount of 2.5 million US dollars. So, ano po ba talagang intensyon? To peg the amount of only 200,000 US dollars.
Mr. Speaker, sa aming pong hearing at sa aming pong pag-aaral, nakita po namin na nung inamend po ito ng year 2000, only 43 foreign retail investors have been recorded na pumasok po sa Pilipinas. Ito po ay roughly around 0.6% lamang of the total jobs generated in the wholesale and retail sector. Kaya po nakita ho namin na kahit po inamend ito noong 2000, yung target po natin ay hindi natin na-reach, yung expectations po natin hindi ho na-reach. So nakikita naman ho natin dito na malaki po talaga ang potential ng wholesale and retail dahil pangalawa pong largest job generator ho yan sa Pilipinas. Kaya pag binaba natin itong paid-up capital natin, nakikita pa natin na mas magge-generate pa ito ng more jobs para ho sa ating bansa.
So it's giving the opportunity na marami pang sumali, kaya natin binaba ito.
Opo, at marami pong trabaho maidala, marami rin pong investment pong pumasok.
Ano po ba yung mga safeguards undertaken para protektahan po natin ang mga Filipino retail industry?
Well, naglagay pa rin po tayo dyan ng 10% po ng goods na ibebenta po sa tindahan nila o sa retail outlet nila ay made in the Philippines po dapat, Filipino goods po yan. And if ko-connect po natin ito sa Foreign Investment Act, they still need to hire 15 direct employees from our country. So, gaya po na sabi ko kanina, natural lang naman na pag ikaw ay magbubukas ng tindahan sa isang shopping mall, natural lang po ang sales lady mo po, Pilipina, hindi naman ho dayuhan. Ang driver na magdadrive po para i-deliver ang goods mo, natural lang po na Pilipino rin po ang gagamitin. So, marami pong malilikha na trabaho ito, not only in the retail, but yung connected po na mga negosyo dito tulad ng logistics, halimbawa, yung Manpower and Security Guard Agency, halimbawa, ad agency and marketing, maraming kadagdagan po na trabaho ang malilikha.
Hindi po kaya pag naging batas po ito pong foreign direct investments natin doing retail trade, will mostly definitely flood the market at matatabunan yung ating mga local products.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in honestly speaking, pag kayo po'y pumunta naman ho ngayon sa mga department store at saka mga big shopping mall, 70% po ng mga goods ho doon ay already foreign brands, no? And kinausap rin po namin ng Philippine Retailers Association, mostly rin po ng mga goods nila ay mga foreign brands na rin ho ito. Pero hindi ko naman po sinasabi na hindi natin dapat protektahan ang ating lokal na industriya. I agree with you, the good minority floor leader, na dapat po ang priority natin ay still protektahan ang ating mga local entrepreneurs at micro-entrepreneurs. Okay. Ang sinasabi lang po natin ay mapagbigyan po sila na dumiretso ng magbukas po ng negosyo. Hindi na tayo magpa-partner pa sa big shopping mall, big distributor, exclusive, yung mga ganun po.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, when you bang ma-assure ang inyong lingkod na itong bill na ito ay hindi magiging parang rice tariffication law that greatly affected all Filipino farmers and drove the price to a level that is not competitive anymore?
Well, siguro po ay yan po ay mahirap masagot pero nakikita naman po natin ang pangyayari ng inopen up yung economy po ng China, yung inopen up po yung economy ng Singapore at Hong Kong. Nakita naman natin naging positibo po ang resulta nito. It's a matter of executing it well. It's a matter na susundan ang batas na ating ginawa ho at naniniwala naman ho ako na ito po ay makakatulong sa ating bansa at hindi ho magiging problema sa ating mga Pilipino.
Thing is, alam nyo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang concern ko lang dito yung po bang, yung huge volume ng foreign direct investment, no, na matatabunan po yung ating domestic products. Kaya ang concern ko lang po dito yung pong safeguards upang maging pantay po, maging pantay ang labanan, no? Maging pantay ang labanan between the foreign direct investment saka ito pong ating mga local retailers. Palagay niyo po. Kasi even if you say, for example, that Filipino workers will be preferred, what are your assurances that it will not happen? Now, please be reminded of the pogo industry, where this business, without so much as by your leave or request permission, brought in so many workers that even the BIR, PAGCOR, and other related agencies could not handle the fallout and repercussions. Di po ba? So, ano po yung magiging safeguard natin po dito?
Well, sa ating kagalang-galang na minority floor leader, tingin ko po malayo ho ito sa Pogo dahil sa Pogo po, 100% po ng empleyado doon ay foreigners na kaagad ho eh. Eh dito po mga kasama ay marami tayong safeguards po. Dito ho ay makaka-assure ho tayo na ito po ay magdadala ng healthy competition. Yung katanungan, babalikan ko lang ho yung katanungan niya sa competition. In fact, magiging much better pa, better quality products, mas mababang presyo pa ho ang mga goods na bibilihin po ng mamimili nating Pilipino. Dahil po, because of the competition. At hindi ho natin pwede na lang iiwan ito sa mga monopolies o oligarchs ho na magkocontrol po kung ano po yung goods na pwedeng bilihin ho ng ating mga Filipino consumers. At yung 10% po na na-mention ko kanina po, ito po, 10% of the products will be sourced to our micro and small medium enterprise. So, isa po ito sa mga pang-safeguard ho natin.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, meron pa po akong ilang mga volume dito ng katanungan. Pero inagaw po ng mga kabarkada ko dito. Itong mga parang mga anak ko na, inagawan po ako. Walang galang po itong mga to. Pero, pero Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po, Mr. Sponsor. At tatapusin ko na po itong aking mga katanungan, hindi po sapagkat gusto ko, sapagkat ako po'y pinilit. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close the debate on this measure because we already have 3 speeches in favor and 2 against in this bill. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There being no amendments to be introduced, there is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 59 under Committee Report 73. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 59 on second reading. Those who are in favor shall say aye. Aye. Those who are not in favor shall say nay. The ayes have it. Majority Leader. The ayes have it, and the House Bill number 59 is approved in second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142 on the creation of the Department of Filipino Overseas and Foreign Employment. And the parliamentary status of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that we have recently concluded with the period of amendments. And with that, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 5832 under Committee Report number 142. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House Bill number 5832, including the committee report as amended. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Those who are in favor shall say aye. Aye. Those who are not shall say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5829 and Senate Bill number 1224, institutionalizing good manners and right conduct and values education in the K-12 curriculum. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we ratify the said bicameral conference committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the said bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 5829 and Senate Bill number 1224. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to nominate and elect the following members to the Special Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle. For chairperson, Congressman Ramon Guico III, Vice Congressman Joseph Bernos. For vice chairperson, Congressman Joseph Bernos. For the Committee on Appropriations,
Wait. There is a motion to elect the Honorable Ramon Bico III, Vice the Honorable Joseph Bernos as Chairman
North Luzon Growth Quadrangle.
as Chairman of the North Luzon Growth Quadrangle. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
I'd also like to nominate and elect, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Joseph Bernos as Vice Chairperson for the Special Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle.
There is a motion to nominate and elect the Honorable Joseph Bernos as Vice Chair of the Committee on North Luzon Growth Quadrangle. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to nominate and elect to the Committee on Appropriations Congressman Francisco Datol as member.
Okay,
To the
go ahead with
committee-
your other nomination.
To
Proceed.
the Committee on Dangerous Drugs as member, Congresswoman Julian Baronda. To the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Welfare as member, Congressman Raymond Mendoza. To the Committee on Women and Children as member, Congresswoman Dalia Loyola. To the Committee on Ecology as member, Congresswoman Dalia Loyola. Lastly, to the Committee on Persons with Disabilities as member, Congresswoman Dalia Loyola.
There is a motion to nominate the aforementioned congressman as nominated by the Majority Leader. Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title on measures on first reading as well as communications and resolutions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the additional reference of business.
Additional reference of Business Committee report. Report of the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry on House Bill number 6489. Committee report number 267.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up consider House Bill number 6404 under Committee Report number 248, House Bill 4443 under Committee Report 251, House Bill number 6489 under Committee Report number 267. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to take up those committee reports. Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the explanatory note of the individual House bills be made as a sponsorship speech of the respective House bills. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to consider the explanatory note as a sponsorship speech of the concerned committee chairman. Are there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the subject matter, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate on the respective bills. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate of the said House bills. Are there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments on those aforementioned bill. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments nor any committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bills number 6404, 4443, and 6489. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to open,
Approve second reading.
to approve on second reading the aforementioned House bills. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. All those who are in favor to the motion shall say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not shall say nay. The ayes have it. The House bill is now approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6136
Parliamentary inquiry,
under
Mr.
committee
Speaker.
report.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, may I
Minority Speaker.
move that we recognize the Deputy Minority Leader?
the Honorable Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Garin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due courtesy, may I inquire how old is our distinguished presiding officer?
Is that the point of order?
No,
No.
it's a parliamentary inquiry.
It's a parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
And it's also a privilege of the presiding officer to decline in responding the inquiry. Anyway, I'm already a senior citizen.
Because with that, Mr. Speaker, I admire you for having a very good hearing, that you hear the very loud ayes, despite the very loud nays. But with that, Mr. Speaker, with due respect to your good looks and your exemplary sense of hearing, we withdraw our parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Garin. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6136 under Committee Report number 212 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 6136, an act amending Republic Act number 8794, entitled an act imposing a motor vehicle user's charge on owners of all types of motor vehicles and for other purposes, as amended by Republic Act number 11239.
To the Committee on Transportation.
No.
A Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairman of the Ways and Means, the Honorable Joey Salceda.
To the Honorable Joey Salceda, the distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This bill essentially is a very progressive tax. The top 10% of households own 60% of cars. In Metro Manila, where you now have an emergency called traffic, they each own 73% of the cars. And if you look at the rate increases, basically for cars, for the small car owners, the increase will only grow by 30%, basically for restoring the equilibrium, since for the almost past 15 years, there has been no increase, while the others have already increased. The jeepneys are being given subsidies, are being given lower rates and discounts, while we are exempting all tricycles. No? All tricycles and motorcycles. Essentially, this will raise 220 billion and will essentially be earmarked, 50% of which will be earmarked for jeepneys, for 118,000 public utility, subsidizing essentially their modernization. And here now is the estimated incremental revenue. Basically 12 billion for this year. And even if you compare it with the ASEAN rates, the Philippines, next. The Philippines will still be the lowest, the third lowest in the region. Next. There, the blue one. And then these are next, the comparison of the rates among all countries. And then, of course, next. a broad range of stakeholders, actually virtually when we had, nung kami po nagkaroon ng mga hearings tungkol dito, halos lahat po ng sektor, pati na po ang mga jeepney sector sila po ay sumuporta po dito sa measure na to dahil sila po ang unang makikinabang dito. Next. So, pagdating po sa inflation, ang epekto po nito ay 0.01%. Ang epekto po nito sa ibabayad mo po sa tricycle ay negative 0.02. Ang epekto po nito sa babayaran mo sa jeep ay 0.06, assuming po na ikaw ay bibili ng bagong jeepney. Pero kung hindi naman po, ito ay magiging negative. So, dahil po dito ay minumungkahi po ng Committee on Ways and Means na ito po ay isang napaka-progresibong tax at ang makikinabang po ay direktamente yung mga nangangailangan po lalong-lalo na ang jeepney sector, which will actually benefit almost 110 billion out of the 220 billion will actually go to the public utility sector. With that, Your Honor, I seek the immediate approval of this bill.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpolate on the author, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments nor any committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you approve on second reading House Bill number 6136 under Committee Report number 212. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6136. Those who are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those who are against shall say nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 6136 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 6430 under Committee Report 250 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 6430.
House Bill 6430, an act providing for the reinvestment framework for real estate investment trusts, sponsors amending Section 3, 8, and 9 of Republic Act number 9856, otherwise known as the Real Estate Investment Trust Act of 2009.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Chairwoman of the Economic Affairs, the Honorable Representative Sharon Garin, to give us the sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Garin, Chairman of the Committee on Economic Affairs, is hereby recognized for your sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, good evening, my fellow members of the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen. I come before you today to sponsor Substitute Bill number 6430, which seeks to amend RA 9856, otherwise known as the Real Estate Investment Trust Act of 2009. I know that Filipinos are not that familiar with the concept of REIT, so allow me to give you a brief backgrounder. A real estate investment trust is a company that owns and operates income-generating real estate, such as office and apartment buildings, hospitals, shopping centers, hotels, and the like. In the Philippines, RA 9856 requires that the REIT should be listed in the Philippine Stock Exchange and the Securities and Exchange Commission. In order to attract more Filipinos into investing in the stock market, the law requires the REIT to offer at least 1/3 of its outstanding stock to the public. REITs help in invigorating stock markets abroad. Investors are attracted to REITs since they are required to declare dividends every year, and aside from the annual dividends, a stockholder can cash in when the value of the REIT stock increases over time. It has been useful when investors want to diversify their portfolios, and it is more liquid than actually owning real property. Since the years 2000, Asian countries have benefited from the formation of REITs, especially in Japan, Singapore, and Hong Kong. The Philippines is actually a latecomer in this area, since RA 9856 lapsed into law in 2009. No REITs have been established in the country due to some issues with the implementing IRRs. Last January, the Department of Finance unveiled a new IRR which will remove the impediments to the formation of REITs. This government is optimistic that we can still reap the benefits of REITs more with the amendments proposed in Substitute Bill 6430. The proposed bill introduces the reinvestment plan for REIT sponsors and promoters. Section 3 of the bill requires that the REIT shall submit a reinvestment plan to the PSE and the SEC upon registration. Furthermore, the REIT is required to secure a certification from the SEC that it is compliant with its reinvestment plan. Section 1 defines an investment plan as a sworn statement signed by the sponsor, promoter, and principal shareholder of the REIT, making a firm commitment to reinvest any proceeds from the sale of REIT shares or the sale of any of its income-generating real estate to the REIT in any real estate, including the redevelopment, therefore, and/or infrastructure projects in the Philippines within 1 year from the date of receipt of proceeds by the sponsor or promoter. With the new REIT IRR and this amendment to RA 9856, the country is ready to reap the benefits of REITs. In view of the foregoing, this representation is urgently requesting the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6430 under Committee Report number 250.
There is a motion to suspend consideration of House Bill number 6430. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of 6091 under Committee Report number 207 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 6091.
House Bill 6091, an act providing protection from liability to volunteers for acts or omissions committed in the performance of their duties during emergency situations.
Majority
Mr. Speaker,
Leader.
the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. And with that, Mr. Speaker, since there are no members who wish to interpolate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill number 6091. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 6091. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments and no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There is a motion to close the period of amendments of House Bill number 6091. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6091 under Committee Report number 207. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve on second reading House Bill number 6091 and Committee Report number 207. Those who are in favor shall see ayes. Those who are not shall see nay. The ayes have it. The House Bill number 6091 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 759 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolution number
759.
759.
House Resolution 759, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Eleanorita P. Tugong, former representative of the Lone Legislative District of Basilan during the 9th Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 759. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 759. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution number 760 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary General is directed to read House Resolution number 760.
House Resolution 760, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Edgar L. Mendoza, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District, Province of Batangas during the 11th Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adopt House Resolution number 760. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 760. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until March 9 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adjourn the session until 3 p.m. of March 9, 2020. Motion is adjourned.